City Council meeting for February 6, 2024. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please? Or should I say, Mr. Clerk?
Thank you. Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Here.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. Mayor Rouse.
Here. All right, very good. And I believe you have a ceremonial item to read.
We do. Item 1, Employee Recognition Service Award Pins.
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
good.
Mayor.
Madam Administrator.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So each month, the city and city council and the mayor celebrate the service and milestones of city employees throughout their career. This month, we would like to recognize the service of Councilmember Megan Harmon, 5 years, and with 10 years, Dakota Corey, Water Services Manager, Public Works Department, Jesus Rodriguez, Supervising Park Ranger, Park and Recreation Department, and Jessica Gray, Harbor Patrol Officer, Waterfront Department. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have an item 2, please.
Item 2, Black History Month, February 2024.
Hello. Black History Month, February 2024. Whereas in 1926, Carter G. Woodson established Negro History Week, which later developed into Black History Month, as a dedicated time for celebration, education, awareness, and understanding of the life, experiences, successes, struggles, accomplishments, and contributions of Black Americans throughout the nation's history. And whereas the 2024 national theme of Black History Month is African Americans and the Arts, not only highlighting the many accomplishments of African American artists of all genres, but also the significance of art in the preservation of Black history, connecting generations of African Americans to one another and their culture throughout time. And whereas the local theme this year is Black History More Than a Month, reminds us that the celebration of Black history extends beyond 31 days, and that those who identify in the African diaspora celebrate their history and culture all year long. And whereas Santa Barbara is proud to recognize a number of local leaders, trailblazers, artists, authors, educators, social advocates, and entrepreneurs whose talents and efforts help shape, strengthen, and empower our local community, including Horace McMillan, Anita Mackey, Valencia Nelson, Babatunde Foleyemi, William Downey, Grover C. Barnes, and the beloved Sojourner Kincaid Roll. And whereas the city is grateful for the many local organizations, such as the Martin Luther King Jr. Santa Barbara Committee, Endowment for Youth Committee, NAACP, Gateway Educational Service, Santa Barbara Youth Young Black Professionals, Healing Justice Santa Barbara, and Juneteenth Santa Barbara, that work tirelessly year-round to educate the public and celebrate, empower, and support the Black community. And whereas Black history is not just about the struggles of Black families, but it also celebrates their accomplishments, integrity, talents, leadership, determination, and true character, encouraging us to celebrate the history and progress of the Black community while honoring its resilience and commitment to creating new opportunities for future generations. Now, therefore, I, Randy Rouse, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim February 2024 as Black History Month in Santa Barbara and encourage community members to engage in activities and discussions to further their understanding of and appreciation for Black history. Congratulations. You see? Would you like to say a few?
Hi, how are you beautiful young people doing this morning? No, I'm just playing. My name is Josiah Meggs. I'm from Oklahoma, actually. And I actually came out here to play football at Santa Barbara City College. And yeah, I work at the SBCC Emoja program. And it's just been, a really amazing experience and life-changing experiences too. So yeah, just want to thank y'all for acknowledging Black history. And yeah.
Hello, everybody. My name is Sophia. I'm part of the Emoji community and also the Black Student Union president. I moved from a very small town, and moving here was this great opportunity because I'm now involved in such a great community. And I just want to appreciate you all for acknowledging this.
Hello, I just want to thank you guys for acknowledging Black History Month. Santa Barbara's home for me. This is the third generation, so it's an honor to be standing before you guys and talking a little bit about Black history. And while you, Mayor, you read some of the giants that the city has produced with Babatunde Foleyemi and our beloved Sojourner, I just wanted to take a moment and notice and recognize some of the families that have been staples in this community, who work tirelessly in this community, some as advocates, some changing hospital beds, and we stand on their shoulders. So I just want to take a moment and read some of the family names. The Adams family, the Banks family, the Blakeney family, the Bolden family, the Brooks family, the Cunninghams family, the Coffey family, the Farmer family, the Foleyemi family, the Garrett family, the Gilbert family, the Gillespie family, the Glover family, the Green family, the Hayes family, the Hicks family, the Hill family, the Holmes family, the Hoover family, the Howard family, the Hearst family, the Jackson family, the Johnson family, the Lambert family, the Lawyer family, the Lee family, the Odin family, the Pipersburg family, the Reed family, the Ritchie family, the Richardson family, the Riley family, the Sims family, the Thomas family, the Thompson family, the Tolbert family, the West family, and the Wilkes family. While this is not everyone, but this is a good representation of the people who we have been in community, and we carry their legacy forward. We also want to thank Jordan Killebrew, who could not be here, but was a strong advocate for us to be here, so we want to recognize him as well. And just continue to push you guys to do the good work out of love and compassion. Let that be our driving commitment, love and compassion. Thank you for your time, and have a great day.
All right, thank you very much. Madam Administrator, are there any changes to the agenda?
No changes to the agenda, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, would you have some items to read on the consent calendar?
Yes, we have item 3, municipal code cleanup amendments relating to peddling, soliciting, and vending on public and private property, ordinance adoption. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara, amending the municipal code by amending chapters 9.48 and 9.49, and by repealing chapter 5.32 relating to peddling, soliciting, and vending on public and private property.
All right, very good. And are there any items that anybody on council would like to pull for discussion? And Mr. Clerk, is there anybody online that wishes to pull an item for discussion?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. In that case, I will entertain a motion for the consent calendar.
So moved.
Moved by Friedman. Second by Jordan. May we have the vote, please?
Okay, we have the motion for the balance of the consent calendar by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Jordan. Please go ahead and vote.
Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll take a report from the Ordinance Committee, please.
Mr. Mayor, I had a quick and effective Ordinance Committee meeting today and worked on both I think the highlight, well, both of them were pretty good highlights, but the highlight was definitely the forwarding of the recommendation for a safe gun storage ordinance, which had its roots with the Youth Council, and a very good presentation from both them and the community members. And then what I'm told was I got the date, was the first time since the mid-1960s a cleanup of a bunch of ordinance work and related to public works that had to do with definitions of sidewalks, right-of-way, where people could build, where they couldn't build, exemptions. And really, that'll be coming to council too as a recommendation, and really starts to address decades worth of frustration on both of the part of the city to manage its right-of-way, and for private parties to work around the right-of-way. So you can expect to see that too.
All right, thank you very much. With that, we'll go to public comment, which is 3 minutes at the dais for any item not on our agenda but within the purview of this body. I do not have any speaker slips for people that are present. Do you have anyone online waiting, Mr. Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, with that, we'll close general public comment. We'll go to Councilmember Committee assignment reports. Does anybody have one? Ms. Sned.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I attended the PBID public meeting at Paseo Nuevo with updates and encouragement for local businesses to join. We attended a sustainability council committee meeting. We heard updates about electric vehicles, among other things. And the other two are social engagements I'll save for later.
All right, very good. Mr. Friedman.
I also attended the sustainability committee, and the State Water Contractors Association had an annual retreat in town, so I went and welcomed them here. They do a lot of work for us on behalf of the State Water Project and working with Department of Water Resources, especially in dry years, but now there's a lot of issues with wet years that we've never faced before, so they're a good advocate for us and through our membership in Central Coast Water Authority, we are represented with them, and then also the Citizens Planning Association. I joined them for a Zoom session talking about local planning issues.
All right, very good. And if there are no further committee assignment reports, we'll move into our administrative calendar. You have some items to read, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, item 6, February 2024 storm update and ratification of February 1st, 2024 local emergency declaration resolution. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the city of Santa Barbara ratifying the declaration of local emergency issued by the Director of Emergency Services on February 1st, 2024.
All
Thank
right,
you,
very
Mr.
good.
Mayor.
Madam Administrator.
I'll start with this. Thank you. So on February 1st, 2024, I, as the interim city administrator acting in the capacity of the Director of Emergency Services, proclaimed a local emergency due to conditions of extreme peril to the safety of persons and property caused by the rainfall, flooding, and wind. The law requires that the city council ratify the declaration of emergency within 7 days. So that resolution is before you today. The necessity to issue that proclamation on Friday, February 1st, was due to the need for emergency dredging out at the airport at Los Caneros Creek. The airport's here today to give you a little report on that at our storm update, so they'll present more information on that. At that time, on Friday, we decided instead of making it just pertain to the airport, we decided to issue it citywide. Based upon reports from the National Weather Service, we could see that the need was going to be greater than just at the airport, so we did issue it citywide at that time. So we're asking the council to ratify the proclamation through the resolution before you today, and we're also going to be giving you a storm update. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And Madam Administrator, would you like us to address item A first, or would you like to have the entire thing done before we do any kind of a vote?
Mr. Mayor, I think it would be easiest if you made a motion and took a vote on the proclamation and adopted the resolution
Before the report's
first,
done? Yeah.
and then we'll have the storm update just to
Very good.
get that
Thank
out of the
you.
way. Thank you.
Mayor Rouse, can we open public comment before you?
Right,
Yes,
and I
Thank
do
you,
not have
City
any
Attorney.
slips on. Do I have anybody online for this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. Very good. So do I have any questions or discussion regarding item A or a motion? Ms. Sneddon?
I'll move item A.
Okay. Moved by Sneddon, second by Freeman. May we have the vote, please?
Okay, we have a motion for the recommended action, motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Friedman. Go ahead and vote, please.
Yes.
Okay, if you could go ahead and vote one more time, please.
Voted the heck out of this one. And that passed unanimously. Thank you very much. We had lots of practice for that one. Good. We'll move on then to item B, which is the update on the storm. And Madam Administrator, how do you want to coordinate this?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we have a presentation from the fire chief, the police chief, also the PIO officer, and the emergency operations manager, and then followed by each department that was affected by the storm events. So we'll be starting with the fire chief and the police chief. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse, members of
Males.
council. Chris Males, your fire chief. Just want to spend a few minutes. If I was to pick a name of this discussion, for me, it would be preparation. I'm going to cover the beginning of our timeline for when this storm began, a lot of the work that we did beforehand, a lot of the communication that we had, both internally and externally, and just give you a much better idea of the amount of work that goes into preparing for an incident like this. As I was coming over here, I was thinking, what really happened this weekend? And I thought to myself, we were preparing for a 6.0 earthquake, and we ended up with about a 4.0 or a 4.5 earthquake. We had an earthquake, but it wasn't as big as we anticipated. But when you have the time to plan for something like this that was headed our way, we did that, and we did it well across every single city department. So I'll share just a little bit about the pre-planning. And as the fire chief, of course, I'll be mostly in my lane of the fire department, but I'll be touching on what other departments did to prepare. Just as one example, one thing you may have seen beforehand is at every off-ramp in Santa Barbara, you saw barricade signs that the highway patrol placed at the top of each off-ramp in anticipation of flooded underpasses. Just one example. You saw barricade signs in strategic locations across the city that the Public Works Director may talk to you about. You may have seen parks that were closed in advance of the storm. I now want to take you back about a week before the storm, and we're going to talk about the operational area planning that occurred. Beginning Wednesday, the National Weather Service, that is our source of information for the city of Santa Barbara, for the Office of Emergency Management, and across the entire county. We are very fortunate to have the National Weather Service. It's the Los Angeles office, but they're actually based out of Oxnard. They began daily webinars with us and began pushing messaging out to us regarding this storm. We had webinars every day, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. In addition to the webinars from the National Weather Service, we began late in the week a system where all of the operational area partners, public safety, and significant agencies that could be affected by the storm get together with what's called a storm risk decision team. That is members across the entire county. Typically, it begins with an update from the National Weather Service. And the focus of that is to understand more about what the county is doing, and that would include the city. And equally important is to begin looking at emergency protective actions that each area needs to look at. Additionally, with this storm, because we were particularly concerned about the focus on the South County, we started and had a South Coast storm risk decision team meetings that occurred daily. Again, it's all fire agencies, all law enforcement agencies, the city administrators, and CEO of the county. And a discussion occurs, consensus is gained. That is where we decide what areas need to be focused on beforehand. For example, and Stacy will talk about it, but about the emergency protective actions. What's an evacuation warning? What's an evacuation order? And how did we come to that determination of which areas? I'll talk a little bit about, we had a press conference on Saturday. And at that press conference, the lead forecaster for the National Weather Service came to that press conference and discussed how significant of a storm this was. One of the things that he said is that the National Flood Prediction Center had issued a high risk that included a greater than 70% chance of significant flooding to occur in the city of Santa Barbara. That information we also did not take lightly. Also, beginning much earlier in the week, we had a significant amount of public messaging that went out from the city of Santa Barbara and from the fire department and from the Office of Emergency Management. That ran the gamut from here's what's we think is going to happen with the storm to please don't get near moving water. The last thing we want is someone to end up in swift water. I want to talk a little bit about fire department's augmented staffing. I want to start at the state level, and then we'll get down to our fire department. The State of California Office of Emergency Services a couple of years ago began what's called a pre-position program. What that means is that they are now allowing fire apparatus to be pre-positioned in target areas. It began with fires. However, it is now moved to anticipated weather events. So beginning Saturday afternoon, we had a large contingent of operational area fire apparatus that were on duty all across the whole county. That included 5 brush trucks. This time of year, we can call them high water trucks, but they are brush trucks. We had heavy equipment staged. We had a helicopter on duty 24 hours, and we had numerous support personnel on duty, including the county's Type 3 incident management team was stood up in anticipation of this event. In the city, we had an extra fire engine on duty, and we also had access to that pre-positioned group. We had numerous support personnel on duty, and as you know, we had our Emergency Operations Center, our city Emergency Operations Center activated starting at 6 a.m. on Sunday morning. Additionally, within normal fire department staffing, we had several ocean rescue swimmers and swiftwater rescue swimmers on duty, both on fire apparatus and on additional units. The National Weather Service forecast. Early on, beginning Wednesday, the gravity of the storm began to take effect. Very early on, the National Weather Service called for 3 to 6 inches of rain in the low-lying areas, with 6 to 12 inches of rain in the foothills and mountains. Sometimes they say just mountains. This time they said foothills and mountains. So that's above Foothill Road. That includes the city. So that was, we knew very early on it was going to be a significant event. Again, aggressive messaging began at that point. The concern by the National Weather Service was not the severity of the rain or the amount of rain over a short period of time. The concern was that this was going to be a very long, sustained storm of moderate to significant rain. They specifically stated this is not going to be a 4 to 6 hour event. This is going to be more like a 12 to 18 to 24 hour event. So what were some of the rainfall totals for our area? Again, the National Weather Service called for 3 to 6 inches of rain in downtown. We ended up with approximately 4 inches of rain. But a couple of things that we really look at is, again, not the rain falling in the city, but the rain falling above us. One automated rain gauge that I constantly look at is El Deseo Ranch, which is on Camino Cielo, just west of Gibraltar Road and east of La Cumbre Peak. It's on our side of the hill. With the storms that come in and affect our area, we are subject to what is called orographic lift. That is when the clouds come in, they bump up against our front country mountains, and the clouds sit there and dump rain. So specifically, the afternoon, Sunday afternoon, was when we saw a large increase in intensity of rain. During the 2 o'clock hour, we saw 1.05 inches of rain at El Deseo, followed at 3 o'clock by 1.18, followed at 4 o'clock by 0.95. So we saw over 3 inches of rain in a 3-hour period of time at the top of near La Cumbre Peak. The K-Tide Tower, about halfway up Gibraltar Road, also showed significant rain. And in downtown Santa Barbara, at the end of the storm, we ended up with just shy of 4 inches. 3.83 is what we ended up with. Additionally, just in case anyone is asking, for all intents and purposes, Cachuma Lake is full. In fact, they began discharging water in advance of the storm to try to keep downstream lake level or river levels regulated. So what we saw the afternoon of Sunday afternoon, and one thing I want to emphasize, we had an incredible amount of people out visualizing all target areas of the city. Just in casual conversation, I've probably talked to people who made a total of 20 trips through the intersection of Haley and De La Vina Street. Myself, I went through 4 times. There was constant visualization of the entire Mission Creek area from State Street by the American Red Cross all the way down to the terminal end at the ocean. People were watching with their eyes all day long. So what happened was a significant increase in rain around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and that's what led to the downstream effects that occurred at De La Vina and Haley Street and Bath and Coda Street. Chief Gordon is going to talk about the evacuations we did, but they were very strategic and they were very targeted. The reason we were able to do that is we had so many people visualizing the entire length of Mission Creek and looking at the problem areas. We knew where they were. The majority of Mission Creek flowed very well for the most part. So that's just a little overview of what the fire department did. Chief Gordon, for brevity, is going to be talking about the calls for service for both police and fire. And we'll cover different topics, but again, my focus was what we did to prepare for this storm as it was arriving. Thank you.
Chief Gordon.
Mayor Rouse, council members. So I'm going to start with some statistics just to start it off. So from Sunday morning at 6 a.m. to Monday morning at 6 a.m., we had 52 storm-related calls. And these are all based on what actually came into our dispatch center. So let me just, we do a joint fire and police dispatch center. So I want to give that because a lot of those trying to break it into police and fire is not really accurate because on most of those it required police and fire together. We had down lines, down trees, slides, water-related, but most of those required police and fire to work in coordination. So there were 52 storm-related calls. There were 86 public works requests that came in through dispatch. There were 412 phone calls into communications during that period of time. And ultimately, it was navigated through teamwork. Like Chief Mills talked about, the pre-coordination and pre-planning. And I think that goes specifically what I want to talk about, how we prepared ahead of time and upstaffed. And I want to really specifically give some credit to my officers because they all volunteered to come in. We actually didn't order anyone to come in to work any type of the storm response. So over the 3-day period from Saturday night to Monday morning, we actually had 54 personnel from the PD specifically doing storm response related work. Just on Sunday alone, we had 14 personnel, which included 2 of our VIPs, our volunteers in policing. So I just want to kind of paint you that picture of, not only on the fire side, but on the police side, everyone was very dedicated to making sure that our community was safe during that time. What we did with our personnel is we divided up into actually sectors. We sent out 2 officers per sector to monitor those sectors. The pre-staging that Public Works did with equipment to put out things as the flooding occurred. So versus even in our December storm where we had multiple folks that had to be rescued from their cars, we only had one, which was an elderly person that we had to assist out of their car with rising water. That's a significant increase. And I also want to give credit to the community because they heeded our warnings and stayed off the street. A lot of businesses closed on their own accord, really, encouraged their employees to stay home, which, talks to that teamwork, not just by all the departments, but within our community as well. When Chief Mills was talking about Lower Mission Creek, specifically the De La Vina and Haley area, and then another trouble spot down there, we actually had officers continually assessing within that sector, and one of our commanders, he was our field commander for flood operations, was actually right there as the water started to rise. I had taken a little ride for a damage assessment, kind of to see what was going on at that moment with our city administrator, and we noticed that things were rising, and by the time we got back to start talking about it, our folks were already on it and making a field decision, asking for support from the EOC with fire and police together in the field, the battalion chief and our commander looking at the waters rising and making a very strategic decision to evacuate specific residences and not just the whole area ahead of time. I do want to differentiate when you talk about an area like Sycamore Canyon, you're worried about the debris flow and other things. In that area off of Mission Creek, you're specifically worried about the rising water and the flood water. So it looks very different. And the risk is different in different ways, which I think, is what we look at in terms of our decision-making too, in terms of evacuation. I don't want to steal Stacy's thunder, but I just want to provide you a little bit in terms of the thought process when we're looking at it. They went door to door to those specific residences. People have a choice to leave. We're not forcing them out of their homes. A majority chose to stay. Those that did not feel comfortable, we helped evacuate them out. Fire started at one end with our Type 3. You probably see pictures of the Bearcat, which we typically use for other purposes. But it is our heaviest vehicle, and we can actually put multiple people in the back. So we use that primarily in addition to fire when we need to evacuate people out of the floodwaters. So we coordinated, each took an end and did that, like I said, but however, majority of people decided to stay within their homes. But they were given an option, and most of them chose to go stay with friends or a neighbor that's down the street and not in that particular area. I got some feedback this morning, and everyone seemed really grateful for how that was and the fact that we were right there, able to provide some eyes on and subside some fears that they were having at that moment as they saw it rising in the neighborhood. So I just wanted to give that difference. You know, there's a big difference between swift water and debris flow versus the rising floodwater issues that we see. One other thing I just wanted to touch on, because I know this one often gets some questions. We did a lot of work ahead of time talking to our community partners, like SBCC, the school district. We make recommendations to them based on what we know. The ultimate decision whether they stay open or stay closed is ultimately the district's. You know, the school district chose to close, as well as SBCC. You know, we had a very large tree come down on the SBCC campus. It's those type of things. And, you know, the school district makes their decision-making process, but part of that is, you know, is it better to do that Friday afternoon, knowing what you know, versus trying to make that decision on the fly on Sunday, when now parents can't plan for it on Monday? You know, when you have National Weather Service saying, please stay home and stay off the roads, the same thing. That consistency of our messaging within our community is super important. So I appreciate that partnership. But like I said, we only make a recommendation, and ultimately they make the decision. You know, district staff was doing the same thing that we were all doing yesterday morning with assessing power, flooding, trees on all the different campuses. That was the same throughout the county. Because besides talking about the floods, I'm sure you all noticed the winds that we had. And I think those are some of the strongest winds that the city has seen in quite some time. So a lot of trees and a lot of fear related to not just the rain, but to the wind event that was occurring at the same time. I think the terminology the National Weather Forecast used was gale force winds, and I know we saw over 60-mile-an-hour gusts. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Stacy.
Mayor, council members, Stacy Rosenberger, Office of Emergency Services. I'm here to highlight the exceptional coordination efforts undertaken both in our preparation and in response to this recent storm event, as well as to really commend our staff and their amazing job they did within our Emergency Operations Center, or EOC. Prior to the onset of the storm on Sunday, like Chief Mills said, we have been having daily webinars with the National Weather Service, as well as South Coast Storm Risk Decision team meetings, which include our public safety partners, city administrators, and additional partners to provide information on what risks we're seeing with these storms and deciding on what emergency protective measures we can have coordinated as a South County area, because we aren't an island. Even though we can become one occasionally, we want to make sure we're coordinated with our county partners and other city jurisdictions around us. So as we had those meetings and learned more information from the National Weather Service reports, also looking at our historical flood maps and areas where we have had debris flow or additional flooding, and collaborative inputs from our county flood control and CHP, Caltrans, variety of partners, we decided to implement as a county evacuation warnings, which were issued across the South Coast at 2 p.m. on Friday. Just a little bit of information. The reason we give evacuation warnings, or we like to, that is the best practice, is to give individuals who might need a little bit more time to get out of their houses are elderly, people with kids, anyone that's going to need a little bit more time to evacuate. It gives them that extra time. So we really like to do that, and so that's why we issued those on Friday with the intent to have the order the next day depending on what the National Weather Service was reporting. As Saturday came and we worked with National Weather Service, the forecast was not changing really at all. I think it was maybe getting a little bit dodgier in certain areas. And we then, as a county, decided to issue those evacuation orders at that time. And after that, we lifted orders as of February 5th at noon. The additional evacuation orders that were issued by the city were done, like the chief said, in coordination with the visual we had out from our patrols, and also with some input from the National Weather Service. We asked for additional forecasting while that was happening. Saw additional rain coming, but not to the same level. It was tapering off, so we were able to make more strategic evacuations in those areas. And I also want to commend our PIO on that. We made the decision to push that messaging out right away, and our PIO team did a great job getting that messaging out as soon as possible so that individuals knew what was happening and that it was a targeted evacuation and not a full evacuation of that area. During this all, the city was concurrently having many internal meetings of how we were going to respond and how we were preparing with this among the city departments, and if we were going to activate our EOC, or Emergency Operations Center. The decision to activate the EOC occurred, and we activated a level 2, which is our mid-tier level of activation, at 6 a.m. on Sunday. And then we concluded as of yesterday at 6 p.m. Throughout our activation period, the EOC was staffed by approximately 40 city personnel, and they were tasked with facilitating our field operations support. We were supporting those that were in the field doing the work, gathering the information of where road closures were, if there were any additional resources needed, and ensuring interdepartmental coordination and communication. And we also are really closely working with our County Emergency Operations Center, as well as the County Incident Management Team, providing them information and getting it from them as well. And this allowed us to really disseminate timely, bilingual public communications throughout the whole entire response and now into recovery in coordination with our county EOC so that we are doing it all together. I really want to express particular appreciation for the dedicated efforts of our public information branch. They did an amazing job in this. It did not start on Sunday when that storm started. They have been doing it all week and will continue to do additional messaging as we move into recovery. And it was really seamless communication across various platforms and a very large amount of communication that went out. And I want to pass that on to our PIO, Brian Latchford. It was his first time in our Emergency Operations Center, his first big disaster, I think, and he did an amazing job. So I want him to talk a little bit more about everything that they did and the numbers that we had for social media and give a little bit more data on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Latchford.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Brian Latchford. I'm the city's public information officer. Good afternoon. My name is Brian Latchford. I'm the city's public information officer. And over the last few days, I led our public information group within the EOC. And this group was comprised of representatives from OES, Fire, Police Department, and Public Works. And I can't talk more highly about the amazing collaboration and support of each of these team members displayed over the last few days. They really supported me at every step of the way, especially during really intense times. This team made sure that information is gathered swiftly, was accurate before it was released to the public, and we also had the assistance of staff in the field to capture photos and videos of current conditions on the ground, which really helped to improve our messaging and show members of the public how serious conditions became at times. Showing video and pictures of the overflowing creeks, trees down on our roads, really helps to show the severity of the storm and keep people inside, keep people safe, and following up on messaging as we go through. Our group's primary goal before and after activation of the EOC was to prepare the public for the incoming storm by promoting city services like our emergency storm parking, sandbag station information, as well as messaging to educate about the incoming storm conditions and how residents should prepare and stay safe. The importance of this public messaging cannot be overstated. Effective communication can be a lifeline during a crisis, offering residents critical information that can keep them safe. And to achieve this, we focus on coordinating among our jurisdictional partners, especially our colleagues in the county's Joint Information Center. And our priority was to disseminate information through public platforms and to promote sharing and audience growth. It really is important that we weren't operating in a silo and that putting things out in a public sphere then enables other accounts to reshare our information and to get it out to even further residents. So some of these external agencies also included Caltrans, District 5, of course, any messaging coming from readysbc.gov, FEMA, FIBA en Español, National Weather Service, and the County of Santa Barbara OEM, of course. And as I said before, I'd like to underscore the power of social media in disseminating critical emergency information. During the recent storm, our social media platforms became an invaluable tool. They allowed us to reach vast and diverse audiences, providing real-time updates, safety guidelines, and resources. The engagement on our social media posts was significant, with numerous original posts and reshares, many reshares, extending the reach of our messages far beyond our immediate followers. I also want to highlight that all messaging was delivered in Spanish simultaneously with no time delay. This was a significant step in ensuring that all members of our community received critical information that they needed. We posted items on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We created a storm updates website with a number of our specific reporting hotlines and other links to our county partners' websites. And we also did emergency alerts through Nextdoor, which does push an email out to all 39,000 registered users. We did constant contact email pushes, which reached another 27,000. We also have a new emergency alert banner on our website. This is something that was implemented in the last year, and we can put a yellow alert or a red emergency alert at the top and include links to all pertinent resources. It shows up in every single page throughout the city's websites. We also did radio PSAs and live broadcasts in Spanish throughout the weekend. And we had overall about 85 posts between the city accounts, that's the City of Santa Barbara's main account, Fire Department, Police Department, and OES, before the storm started, before the EOC activation, and about 200 posts during the activation. So we were really consistently pushing that out, and that doesn't include Instagram stories. We were really putting a lot of information out as soon as it was coming in order to keep the public updated. Well, I do want to mention our efforts including internal staff communications, as that was really important to keeping EOC information flowing, and resource sharing through our Microsoft Teams. So shout out to our IT department for implementing this. It really does help to have shared resources that are being updated immediately across the board so we can see really what's coming in and going out. Some of the types of messages that we covered: storm timing and intensity, important storm resources that I mentioned before, like our sandbags and emergency parking. We did terminology clarification, watch versus warning, actions to take to prepare for the storm, crucial evacuation orders and flash flood warnings, and what to do, who to call for certain needs. So now I would like to introduce Liliana Encinas, the fire department's bilingual public outreach coordinator. Liliana played a vital role in ensuring that our messages reached a broader and more diverse audience, especially our Spanish-speaking community members during this emergency. Liliana?
Ms. Encinas?
Am I on? Yes. Mayor Rouse, council members, thank you for having me. Thank you, Mr. Latchford, for allowing me this space. As always, it's crucial for us to have that community rapport, not a week before the storm, not the day of the storm, but every single time there's blue skies. And so I always like to think of our most vulnerable populations and the message that they're getting throughout these blue skies seasons of, are they signed up for emergency alerts? Do they know the role that we play as first responders, as emergency operations center, as whatever our role is during that storm? So I would like to thank the community for taking part in educational programs like Listos, like the Community Academy, like the community emergency response teams, et cetera, because this is how people stay informed and know where to go in these crisis moments. So like Brian had mentioned, everything went out simultaneously, bilingually, and timely, which is something that is very important in these crisis moments. And our community is so diverse that we have to take into consideration everybody, our whole community. So when we create these messages, this content, we want it to be as friendly yet professional as we can. We want to be approachable. We want the community to feel safe and be informed, and also the information sharing, right? So part of our efforts were also that rumor control, making sure that everything is accurate and that we are directing people to the right places to get their information. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'd like to make just a comment myself as kind of the council observer there at the EOC. It was an amazing performance by staff, and as the Chief Gordon mentioned, an amazing performance and cooperation from the public. They were fabulous. Part of that had to do with our preemptive going out and making sure we closed the appropriate roads so that people, except for a few individuals who obviously weren't late for their Mensa meeting, that's why they were driving so fast, they did anyway. But people were really cooperative. So and that shows up in the lack of car rescues we did this time as opposed to other times. The communication was fabulous. Congressman Salud Carbajal contacted me personally a couple of times a day over the weekend. Monique Lamone was zooming in with us on the updates, as was Greg Hart. We do have some stuff in terms of public works. We're going to be analyzing our physical structures, making improvements where we can is going along and talking about that. It's going to involve Salud Carvajal's office as well as Caltrans and some of these efforts as well. On the beach, we had 3 boats come ashore, the Waterfront Department, Heal the Ocean, our hazmat department, and Marburg were an amazing team in keeping the public safe and getting those things back off the beach before there was any either public or environmental hazards. And lastly, Sarah Connect had her rookie experience as our city administrator in this, and she performed admirably. So kudos to you, Ms. Connect. And with that, comment from, do we have any more report? Because I have some council comment.
Mr. Mayor, we would like to have a brief report from our departments that were specifically affected, if that's okay with you.
Okay, very good.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Sarah Isa. I'm the Capital Development Manager at Santa Barbara Airport. I'm here today on behalf of Chris Hastert, our airport director. He's unable to attend today. He's away on important city business out of state. It's a longstanding previous commitment. I'd like to continue the theme of teamwork and preparation and how it relates to the storm. So I'm going to provide you a brief play-by-play because there was a lot, so I'm going to read from my notes, if you don't mind. So prior to and throughout the February 4th winter storm event, the airport team stayed in close communications with the City Emergency Operations Center staff, outside agencies, and the public on storm preparations and potential impacts to the airport and the surrounding community. While the airport storm drain system is designed to handle rainwater, it is often overwhelmed by flash flooding from Los Carneros Creek. We are at the bottom of the watershed, and as Chief Males mentioned, there is quite a bit more rainfall that happens at the top of the watershed. As the flooding impacts of the February 1st, 2024 storm were more than anticipated at the airport requested a proclamation declaring the existence of a local emergency on that date in order to proactively dredge and the heavily silted Los Carneros Creek on airport property ahead of the forecasted February 4th storm. So the storm just a few days ahead had way more flooding than we had anticipated, and we wanted to get in there and clean out the creek as much as possible. Following the proclamation from our acting city administrator, emergency purchase orders were issued for granite construction to dredge Los Carneros Creek and Dudek, an environmental services firm, to monitor the dredging activity throughout the day on February 3rd, ahead of the storm. Emergency dredging was coordinated with Santa Barbara County Flood Control, City of Santa Barbara Public Works, and state and federal permitting agencies. Ordinarily, these activities take many months of coordinating, but this happened in very short order. So kudos to all of the agencies. Unfortunately, the storm intensity on February 4th caused Firestone Ditch along Hollister Avenue and Los Carneros Creek to flood, and the airport issued a mandatory evacuation of tenants in the northwest quadrant of the airport at 4:17 p.m., and then forced the airport to shut down all operations at 4:51 p.m., causing cancellations to all commercial and general aviation flights. The team worked tirelessly the next morning on recovery efforts, providing aid to passengers, clearing the airfield for safe flight operations, and updating our stakeholders and passengers on the situational status of the airport. The EOC and other city and county departments graciously donated their time and equipment to assist our needs. We had county fire come from Los Alamos to provide equipment to clear the roads, which was excellent. And most importantly, everybody stayed safe. There were no injuries. The Santa Barbara Airport team resumed operations at 1 p.m. on Monday, February 5th. And we thank the EOC, Santa Barbara City and County Fire, County Flood Control, and all state and federal agencies for their communications and support during the event and afterwards. And we have airport staff here as well to answer any questions that you may have. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Maurer.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Cliff Maurer, your Public Works Director. Good news is I don't have a whole lot to report because we came through this pretty well. First thing, we had no sanitary sewer overflows whatsoever. Fantastic kudos to the El Estero team, the wastewater collection team, being ahead. Recent upgrades to our system, having manhole cover automated data that we can read back at El Estero, gave them the opportunity to measure where everything was at all times so we can anticipate problems, get out and take care of before we have a sanitary sewer overflow. But at El Estero, because we did have some intense period of rain, we did exceed the capacity of the plant, which is 36 million gallon per day throughput. At about 4 p.m., Thomas Welsh, our superintendent at the plant, started throttling the gates. And what that means is we only allow that maximum amount of flow into the plant, and we use the collection system, the excess capacity within the system, to hold the reserve until the plant can take it. Fortunately, that we only had to do that for about 2 hours. And then the flows in the system came to a point where we could just open it back up for flow. So again, no overflows whatsoever. Real quick, up at Gibraltar Dam, it incurred some damage from a year ago, the January 9th storm. The gates function fantastic. The new log boom functioned absolutely perfectly. The dam peaked at a throughput. We had to open 2 gates. It was already spilling, so that wasn't an issue. But we had to open 2 gates, and the maximum throughput of the dam was 12,500 cubic feet per second at about 9:15 p.m. on Sunday evening. Just for reference, the dam was not overflowing during the January storm last year. Obviously came up, overflowed, and was at 16,500 cubic feet per second through the dam. So this storm was smaller. We had about 6 inches of rain up in the mountains at Gibraltar, which is well within our capability to handle. As far as roads, I think you all know we had a couple minor slides. Cliff Drive had one that Mike Cruz came in and took care of. Mountain Drive, which is normal, had a couple small ones, some boulders or rocks on Gibraltar, all normal with almost any rain event. One area that I would like to commend Sam Harmon, who's here, and his team, your fleet superintendent. The gas-powered generator, natural gas-powered generator for one of our two major pumps at the Laguna Pump Station went down right at the peak of the storm. And his crews were on it, did analysis, diagnosis, figured out what was wrong, and fixed the problem all within 45 minutes or so. If that had not been done, there could have been some significant issues there, but there weren't. Laguna Channel never went above 8 feet. We opened the tide gates around 2:50 p.m. As Chief Mail said, we had the intense rain start, I think it was in that area around 2:30, went to about 3:30 p.m. And that's when we saw flooding in the east side. And I'll just wrap up real quick. There's a lot of comparisons between the different storms. My personal opinion, this storm was a light version of the January storm. Was nothing like what we experienced December 21st. And December 21st was a very localized or micro weather event that mainly hit our city from State Street to our east border with Montecito and right along the coast. We had rain of 1.3 inches in 30 minutes in that area. What our system, so that's at a rate of 2.6 inches per hour, and also in that storm, it worked out to be about 2.83 inches in 2 hours. That's 3/4 of the entire rain that we got in this last storm in 2 hours. If hundreds of millions of dollars fell out of the sky and we could improve our drainage system, it would not be able to handle that level of intensity of rain, which is concerning because now we've seen these higher intense rains in 3 times in 13 months. So a lot of, I've been asked, why didn't the underpasses, did you do something different that the underpasses didn't overflow or didn't flood this time? We didn't. We did our normal storm preparation, which is extensive. We do it before every major predicted storm. Our system can handle about 2/3 of an inch of rain per hour. Can't do that indefinitely, but it can handle about 2/3. And as Chief Mail said, there's a lot of other factors. If there's a lot of rain in the foothills, obviously that's filling up our drainage basins, and then all that water is going to hit the city as well. But about 2/3. So on December 21st, we had 3-4 times that amount of rain in an hour. So the system just couldn't happen. So every low-lying area becomes a retention basin until the system can catch up. So that really concludes the major points, but just for better understanding, I'm available for any questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. I think what we'll do is get through our department ones, and I'll turn back to council for a question or comment. Ms. Zachary.
Mayor Rouse, members of the City Council, very briefly, I think what you've heard from the departments and will continue to hear is we spend a lot of time preparing across the city. And every department has staff that stepped right up to do that, both during the storm event, before the storm event, and now after the storm event. Like the rest of the city, some of the impacts to parks and recreation facilities was less than we anticipated, which was great. We put out 800 sandbags around all of our problem areas before the storm began. We had some minor flooding about 5 of our facilities. Point out that last year we didn't have a lot of tree loss during the storm event either, but after that we had significant tree loss. So with the saturated soil conditions, we start having more wind events. I think we will see that there will be more coming down the pike, and that's what we're already thinking about is what's going to happen next. There's debris still on the beaches. There's debris still out in the ocean. It will be coming onto the beaches, going in different places, and then we'll be continuing to respond as needed. The media has picked up the loss of bluff at Shoreline Park. That's always something that people have a hard time with. It's been since the last time we had a major slough, it was 2009. We had definitely have some significant erosion in key areas. So we've fenced them off temporarily. We've posted more signage at the park, and we'll be dusting off our long-range managed retreat plan for that park. So we'll be looking at trying to relocate sidewalks and new fencing, which will take some time, but we'll be working on that fairly soon. That just concludes a little update from Parks and Recreation.
Thank you. Mr. Wiltshire.
Mayor Rouse, council members, I'll be really quick. The waterfront was largely spared. Our main reportable incidents, as Mayor Rouse mentioned, were the 3 vessels on the beach. As of yesterday, those were cleaned up with no injuries and no environmental impacts. I want to say that we got lucky, so the waterfront's issues are tide and swell. This go-around, our tides were moderate and the swell was also very moderate, so a lot of that just depends on luck. If we had had king tides during this event, it would have been a much different story down there. But other than that, waterfront was largely spared, and we're open for business as usual as of this morning. So everything's been cleaned up, parking lots are open, Stearns Wharf is open, everything's back to business as usual. So thank you.
Thank you. What's that?
That's it. That's staff reports. You can take it back to council now.
Okay. All right, very good. So I think that's it for the departmental staff reports, as far as I know. Appreciate that. I'll come back to council for questions and/or comments. The first up is Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I really get into it, I see some other community city partners that are in the room that also were working really hard during the storms. And I was wondering if we could ask them to come up and give us a report about what it was like to work with our staff to respond to this situation. One of them being our advocates for the homeless outreach.
Do you have a specific staffer you'd like to hear from, Mr. Gutierrez? I don't see Ms. Anderson in the house, but.
Well, I meant more like the community members, like I see SB Act and other community members here, if they're willing to comment on what it was like to respond to this emergency.
Madam Administrator, if you would, please.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, if they would like to put in a public request for public speaking, that would be fine. Otherwise, we can open it for public comment. They can put in a request to speak.
Okay.
Right,
Yeah.
I don't have any speakers list for this item yet, but I certainly would accept, and if one of you wants to address some of these issues, take that until a quarter after for this particular item, online as well.
Thank you. I didn't mean to put anybody on the spot. So yeah, I want to just commend our staff for the response. I personally witnessed a lot of it myself, and it was extremely impressive being able to see our fire department, our public works, our police officers out and about checking in on people and responding to everything in real time. It was really impressive and inspiring, to be honest, so thank you for all of that. Also, another group of individuals I want to kind of give credit to is our media. They were out and about reporting and informing the public about what was happening before, during, and after the storm, so I just want to thank them as well. So I have a list of questions here that have been shared to me by residents from around the city. So one of them is our sandbagging stations. First of all, that was great that we allowed to do that. But if somebody can comment on why they were closing at 4 o'clock when the majority of the public is working until 5, and also whether or not we can purchase some kind of machine that can fill the sandbags, because I personally watched the long lines of cars of people having to get out and hand fill these bags. I even saw elderly people doing it, and I feel like that caused a lot of the long wait times and people not being able to get those bags quicker.
Director Maurer.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Ross Gutierrez, a couple questions. With the timing, we set out normal times for when our staff is available to support the public when we have a forecast for a storm, where believe that sandbags will be necessary. This was obviously one of those events, so we started off early. To the best of my knowledge, and I was involved in these decisions, we never closed, whether there was people there. It gets a little bit more difficult once you get into the evening hours, but we stayed open late on Friday, Saturday, Friday, and then Saturday we stayed open until there was no one in line. And that was both at the PW Annex on the Ananoli and also up at Station 7.
And is there any type of device that can just fill them up and we can just have them ready for people to pick up as opposed to making them manually do it?
The city can purchase filled sandbags. There's issues with that because they're perishable. By design, sandbags are not supposed to last forever. They degrade and fall apart, and we're moving to burlap away from plastic sandbags for environmental reasons. Very expensive, so that's an issue, and it's staff intensive. Understand your concern. I'll have my staff look into it, but I guarantee you the part of the concern will be resources, financial resources and human resources to support that.
Yeah, if we can look into that, I'd highly encourage that. Also, another idea shared with me about sandbags is if we know certain areas of town are prone for flooding, can we just bring sandbags there, either on our trucks or drop them off on a corner so the residents can grab them from there instead of having them go out to get them?
That's a two-pronged question. One, that would require our staff to fill the sandbags, and which again, very resource intensive. And the other problem is during storm prep, the staff is busy doing all those things that Chief Males talked about and I talked about in readying everything else around the city. So again, that will require standing workforce to be diverted to that, which would require more workforce for me to get the other obligations completed.
Okay. Let's have a offline conversation about how we can address that.
Absolutely.
When it comes to the outreach that was the outreach done before the flooding to the residents in the flood-prone areas? Like, for example, like the day before, did anyone knock on their door to say, hey, just heads up, it's going to be really bad, you might want to leave now?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez, like I explained earlier, and even to what the PIO and Stacy talked about, all that messaging was put out way in advance of the flood warnings. Those that live in those areas, they know they flood. And so all those warnings were put out well in advance of what happened on Sunday. Putting in, and all of the warnings, there was a national weather forecast that went out to all those. There was all the messaging the city did in conjunction with that. We try not to have people leave their homes unless we feel it's absolutely necessary. There's a whole nother thing with someone uprooting their life with that. So we're very, very strategic when we issue that evacuation warning versus the order. And it is done, not just us, it's done in conjunction with Caltrans, flood control, all the other partners that were mentioned. So like in an area like De La Vina, we may not have had that had we not had that intense rain over that 3-hour period. So it is a really, there's no specific science to that other than really being aware and putting all those things out, encouraging people, because sometimes the safest place is for people to be in their homes. So we don't want to also then do it where we're asking people to leave when the roads aren't safe. Because like I said, sometimes your home can be the safest. Now, when you come to Sycamore Canyon, and Chief Mills can talk about that more, but we know what that debris flow and that mudslide can look specifically like in that canyon. Like in that canyon, we did have trees and debris and mud on the roadways, and We know it came up over the banks. The chief and I went and actually drove it ourselves yesterday and doing a damage assessment. You could see how high it got, but you're talking about debris coming down from above as well. And we know that people have lost their lives because of that, and have been swept out of their homes from that hillside. So that determination and that risk assessment and what we're doing there looks different than in the low-lying areas. You know, if you drove around along Gutierrez Street, those businesses know that they're going to flood, right? That is I hate to say a given, but it's a high likelihood in a high flood. If you drove by, most of them sheeted the bottom 2 feet of their doors with plastic, sandbags, and did a lot to prepare. Residents on De La Vina, we also walked that whole area yesterday morning. Residents that had been previously affected had boards up, sandbags up, you know, so we're trying to do as much as we can, but it's also the partnership with the community and the residents too for doing their part. So we don't go and say, you know, ahead of time and knock on doors saying that you may flood. We try to put out as much messaging. We try to be available as much as we possibly can and offering all the resources that we can to help them get through the situation. But like I said, you know, on Sunday, had we not had that period of intense rain over that 3 hour, we may have just probably stayed at the peak, but not actually come up into the neighborhood. You just don't know. And like I said, you're putting someone out of their home. You know, we try not to do that. We know that, you know, yes, there's an evacuation center, but taking your animals and your things and your family out can be really traumatic. So we try to really weigh that. We're really conscientious about that. And we try to do it as a unified message with the county and working with our partners there as well. You know, like if we're going to evacuate Sycamore Canyon in that area, that also affects things that happen with Montecito in those areas. So we try to do those in conjunction with them and a unified message in how we do it. If you looked at the maps that OEM put out, we were very strategic with those pieces. Even in looking at Sycamore Canyon, we took it all the way down to the zoo almost, but we didn't do those condominiums because the risk there is not like it is a little further up. So we're very strategic. We do it with historical flooding information and all the things that the chief also looked at, and we try to get as much messaging out. If you looked at, we started messaging Tuesday or Wednesday of last week for all those areas, along with what the National Weather Forecast and all the other things go to do. And to the point is, there are also only so many resources that we have. All of the preparation and all the things that all of the team is doing, it'd be great if we had, you know, we're able to go do the door to door, but we have to prioritize what we can do and cannot do and how we can reach people the most effectively.
I guess another idea would be maybe city staff can go out and put signs on the poles and trees of that neighborhood, just letting them know ahead of time that they live in a flood zone and they might want to take precautions, because as much as I wish everybody was as social media savvy as me, some of them aren't, and some of them were unaware, speaking of. So thank you for that. And when it comes to Mission Creek itself, I was made aware that the bridge at Haley and De La Vina was designed to be able to withstand a 25-year flood, but we've had 300-year floods in the last 2 years. So is there anything we could do to address that? Because it seems like that's a pinching point for the water, and that's why it's flooding. Am I correct on that?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Gutierrez, yeah, actually, you're not correct. It's only a 20-year storm that the lower Mission Creek plan was developed for. And I wasn't here, but I know many of you were, and there was a lot of healthy debate over that. So the easy answer is, or the probably correct answer would not be easy to make changes to Mission Creek now, and I guarantee you it would not be cheap. Very, very expensive to increase the capacity of lower Mission Creek.
Can we have a discussion again offline about what options we have to address that issue, other than just telling the people to evacuate when we're having a storm?
We can. I'll tell you, it's those design decisions were made, and tens of millions of dollars were committed to the project at the design decision that was made. You know, Army Corps of Engineer was involved, certainly County Flood Control, the city was involved, everybody was involved, and there's a lot of competing factors to weigh, and we absolutely empathize with the impact on the residents who live closest to Lower Mission Creek and how this affects them.
Can you comment on the status of the Loma Alta burn scar? Is it holding up all right, or should we be taking any other precautions for that area?
That is holding up all right. It's now gone through 3 pretty substantial stress tests and passed them all. I will say there's always a certain underlying inherent risk with Loma Alta because it is a very steep hillside. So it's always subject, any rain event, even a smaller one, you could have a slough or a slide. But as far as a result of the burn scar, we're beyond that. Now we're just back to our natural risk that exists there. And we don't think it's any different than it's been for the last decades.
Okay, that's good to hear. And lastly, for city staff, is it possible for our TV channel to be broadcasting live updates? Because a lot of residents were looking for that and weren't really finding it, and they were asking me if we could broadcast updates on our channel, because they were going to our channel and they were seeing, you know, either meetings from earlier in the week or public broadcasting, and they just kind of wanted information as to what was happening in the moment. And again, that's something we can talk about.
And Mr. Latchford probably can address that for us.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Gutierrez. That is something, I know we do have a function where we display some of our job postings, and so there are alternative methods to displaying information other than just live video streams or preemptive video, and so that's something we can certainly look into.
Okay, sounds great. And those are just my questions and comments that I've had, other than I really want to appreciate everyone. Like I said, I saw you all firsthand out there, and it was a really great show of force and very much appreciated. So thank you.
Okay, Ms. Gutierrez?
I actually just want to thank city staff. I saw a huge difference. We weren't being reactive, we were being more responsive. It was amazing to see law enforcement in certain areas in my district that I normally wouldn't see. I can tell you from the neighbors, they really appreciate it. I know that we are understaffed, so to see law enforcement out there was great, and they were by the creeks monitoring them. It was great when I would send messages, hey, has anybody looked at this intersection? We're on it. Unfortunately, there's areas in my district that get flooded, and that's an offline conversation, and that's going to take years and funding to fix those streets. But I just really want to thank the outreach, the communication that went out there. On Gutierrez Street, there were certain door fronts that were prepared. I was like, wow, people are actually on board to see the communication between school districts, the community college. I even felt weird driving around because nobody was on the streets. So thank you so much for all the work that you've done. I really want to acknowledge everybody, because everybody that was responding to the storm they have families that they left at their homes to manage the city. So thank you so much. Sometimes we forget as community members that you guys have families and children that you leave behind, and we just want you to respond to us as soon as possible. So thank you for everybody, for city staff. And Sarah, thank you for leading. I'm just really grateful. Thank you.
Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'll be brief, but very similar comments too. Just I really want to highlight the impeccable decision-making not just in the preparation, but the strategic evacuations. I know at Sycamore Canyon, that was very much appreciated, and there were residents there who were debating whether to leave or not to leave, and discussions about loss of life in the past, and I think you were very effective in safely evacuating people who needed to be evacuated. And what a different experience this is to be hearing an update about how there was no loss of life and no injury and no evacuation fatigue, because it was just so precisely carried out. So really appreciating that we've learned from past lessons, and I'm sure, learning from this incident, what in the future could happen to be even better. But it just was such impeccable decision-making and incredible teamwork with what's said within the organization, with the county, with the community, school district, city college, with Marburg. I mean, all these coordinated efforts, I'm sure there are many more. And the incredible messaging from the public information operations team. I mean, there was an inundation of information almost before we could spread more information. It was already out there and to the public and being commented on, and so that was really, really fast. And I agree that the photos and the videos were really impactful in keeping people home, because they didn't need to go out there and be looking and seeing for themselves. They could see that there were cars that were covered in water, and don't go there. Really want to highlight the work of and the role of Liliana Encinas. Also thinking back in time and really starting with the Thomas Fire and how we didn't used to have bilingual outreach, and you had kids listening to Radio Bronco and trying to translate to their parents or their grandparents where to go and what to do. And as you mentioned, Ms. Encinas, the community building didn't just start yesterday, and I think this particular incident really, I think for the first time in a really holistic way, showed the impact of that long-term community building and safety. So that, and just public works, fire, police department, airport, parks, wastewater, similar to what Councilmember Gutierrez mentioned. Just thank you to your families. I know they haven't seen you in a while, and people who are commuting, and it's the families also making that support and sacrifice so that you can all be here for the whole community. So just really heartfelt gratitude. Thank you.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just adding my voice to the chorus of thank yous. Really very much appreciated. I live along Lower Mission Creek, so understand what we're talking about here, and really appreciate the work and the preparation in particular. Just excellent all around. Fire, police, public works, public information, huge success, particularly in contrast to prior storms where I got a lot of calls and text messages like, what do I do, what's happening? I really didn't get any of those, and that's all to your credit, so thank you very much. The one thing that I think we haven't brought up that I wanted to specifically call out, thank you to Ms. Isa for the work at the airport. I did get some communication from folks asking what's going on at the airport, when's it going to be up, and my initial reaction was like, not for a while, probably, and that simply was not the case. So I know that that was really difficult, and often a huge amount of work that goes unremarked upon in contexts like this. So I wanted to specifically appreciate the work that was done there, and I know there are a lot of travelers today in particular that are really grateful for your effort. Thank you, everyone.
All right, very good. And I do have a couple of speakers for this item. Landon Rank, in 3 minutes at the podium for this item. Yeah, it's over here.
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, I just wanted to respond to Councilmember Gutierrez's question. And our team from SB Act are not the ones that are the boots on the ground during emergency situations like this. So this will be a general update and mostly just a shout out. The outreach teams from CityNet and Good Samaritan worked through the weekend doing weather warnings and providing outreach to hard to reach encampments. And I think partly as a result of their efforts, the warming centers were at capacity at various points throughout the weekend. And so I know a lot of people were able to have a safe place to at least sleep through the night because of that. And there's still more needed, but we appreciate that.
Thank you. And Mr. Clerk, do we have one online for this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one public commenter online.
Okay, 3 minutes, please.
Chelsea Lancaster, if you can go ahead, please.
Hi, I wanted to say a couple things and really calling in respectfully and humbly and holding the both and. I want to acknowledge all the efforts. This was definitely felt different, looked different. As a community member who a lot of folks reach out to, I like Megan received less sort of frantic texts about what to do. So hats off to everybody. Always want to give Liliana props too, because language justice and access is so important for our most marginalized community members. I just want to respectfully name, I live on the Lower West Side, right below Brownies Market. I'm sorry, Lower West Downtown, right below Brownies Market. And I would just like to request, I know there's a lot of work being done. I acknowledge that y'all are short-staffed. But I just want to push back a little bit on some of the comments around the cost of fixing the Mission Creek runover issue. Last time, our neighborhood was literally waist deep in raw sewage. My house flooded. I've been trying to recover for a year. The response from FEMA, from the state, there are really no financial resources, unfortunately, because they don't consider these things to be quote unquote bad enough. So when we're talking about equity, when we're talking about, again, our most vulnerable community members, Oscar, thank you for always being out in the streets for and with the community. You really show up and I appreciate that. But really, we should not have folks with disabilities, elders, et cetera, trying to figure out how to get sandbags. I do push back and am curious about if this was not the east side or the west side that we were talking about in terms of the areas that are really at risk of flooding, if we'd be talking about financial concerns. We were getting a lot of notifications about potential loss of life. And when we talk about our families and we talk about, I just really want people to sit with that feeling. If you're in one of the areas where you've been trying to recover by yourself and you know that you're surrounded by, my building is almost half elderly folks. So the rest of us, we're really trying to hold things together, but we need more. We need more. And I want to really continue thinking with the long range planning. It's a new time. Environmentally, our post-COVID reality, everything has changed. The world has changed. So we need to respond and be proactive. Thank you again.
All right, thank you. There are no further action on this, so we'll move to the next item. And thank you very much all for staff and the reports. Mr. Clerk, do you have an item to read, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item 7, update on California rules related to advanced clean fleets and city zero-emission vehicle policy.
All right, Mr. Handel, is this your item, or Mr. Mauer? Who's doing this?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council again. I am going to kick it off and then turn it over to Mr. Handel, and I'll be very short. I just want to state that Public Works, our fleet, very committed to transforming our fleet to the lowest carbon emission fleet we can possibly make it. The new law that Mr. Handel and the rest of staff are going to talk about is law. And of course, we're going to do our very level best to comply. As has been the tradition, the great tradition of the state of California, is we're a leader in environmental efforts and initiatives. And often, because of the size of the state and the economic power of the state, are able to shape industry to move in that direction. And there's plenty of examples of where the state's been successful. This is an example of moving vehicles in public agency fleets that are over 8,500 pounds to electric vehicles is, again, an initiative where the industry, when this was passed, is not there, and the expectation is industry will respond and provide us with the stock that we're able to comply with the law. This is probably one example where industry is not on board as much as the state of California would like them to be on board. Not saying it's game over, it's just that they're not there yet. So you're going to hear a lot of discussions about what we're doing. Again, our commitment is to comply with the law. There are some significant challenges out there, and I think this is obvious, but I just want to state it. We're not alone in this. I am on Public Works Director calls with the League of California City, and every agency out there, districts, everybody else who have to comply with this law have the same concerns you're going to hear from my staff today. So there is a challenge there. There are some opportunities, but some of them aren't fully baked yet as far as commercially available vehicles and the size that we're talking about. So I just wanted to put that as a precursor, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Hendel.
Thank you, Mr. Maurer. Mayor and City Council, Adam Hendel, Interim Facility and Fleet Manager. And with me today I have Christian Hofflin from Sustainability and Resiliency Department, and then also Sam Harmon. He's our Fleet Services Superintendent, available for questions. And today we're here to give you an update on California rules related to advanced clean fleets. That's what Mr. Maurer introduced. And then also our own policy on zero-emission vehicles. And our agenda for today is reviewing our inventory in general, what we have in our city fleet. Then we're going to go over our current city zero-emission vehicle policy, a little bit of background on that, the purpose of it, some successes and challenges we've had to date with zero-emission vehicles. And then I'm going to cover in some level of detail the advanced clean fleet regulation. And then last, going over next steps and any questions the council may have. So the city's fleet inventory consists of 396 vehicles. This consists of everything from police squad cars, public works trucks, carpool vehicles, et cetera. This particular advanced clean fleet initiative impacts 171 of those vehicles. Those are vehicles with a gross vehicle weight rating of over 8,500 pounds. Generally, trucks equals ACF, or advanced clean fleet. And then we also have 37 off-road construction vehicles, which consists of backhoes, tractors, those types of vehicles. And then our fleet provides for public safety, police and fire, construction, general services, and then the office pool vehicles, as I said. Nearly all of our fleet is 100% owned by the city. We do have a few vehicles that are leased, but primarily we're 100% owned. Also part of our fleet inventory is our fleet staff. And this is a photo taken recently of our fleet staff consisting of supervisor, fleet mechanics, administrative staff. And in addition to our fleet inventory going through a transition, the staff are also transitioning as we learn about electric vehicles. We really have two systems right now. We have all of our gas tanks, our electric charging. So we're kind of modifying our work practices as this evolves. And then Christian's going to go over a few things.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Christian Hoffland, analyst with the Energy and Climate Division of the Sustainability and Resilience Department. And I'll present on a few slides here in support. As a recap, our office is charged with spearheading sustainability efforts throughout the city's different departments and the community. One of our largest efforts is reaching City Council's goal of carbon neutrality by 2035, a full 10 years ahead of the state projected goal. As you can see here, the breakdown of our recent emissions, large step we took forward with Santa Barbara Clean Energy a couple years ago, all but decarbonizing our electricity sector. That leaves the majority of our work efforts in the building sector, natural gas usage, and transportation sector, which is our biggest area of emissions throughout the city, which is where we're focusing a lot of our efforts on. This brought us to about 2 years ago to start working with fleet and different departments to develop a policy to put formally into place a lot of what fleet's been doing already to prioritize decarbonization of our city fleet to be able to lead by example for the public. So we developed this internal policy with fleet staff and Sustainability Resilience Department that will prioritize all new vehicle purchases or replacement purchases as zero-emission vehicles when they meet the functional needs that that vehicle is going to serve. They're fiscally responsible and cost-effective for the city, and that they're provided by manufacturers that provide robust service and part support, as well as being able to have charging infrastructure to be able to fuel the vehicles. We do have an exemption process for that, and it's formalizing a lot of what fleet's already been doing, but really helping push forward as the technology evolves to allow our fleet to decarbonize. Right here, you see a custom total cost of ownership tool we created to help understand the full cost of the vehicles that the city is purchasing, not just the purchase cost, but all the operational costs as well. As you can see on the screen here, the purchase price of this Parks and Recreation F-150 vehicle is very different for the electric version of the F-150 Lightning versus a standard F-150. But through operational savings of less maintenance and repair costs, roughly 40 to 60% less maintenance repair costs over the lifetime of that vehicle due to less moving parts and more reliability, as well as savings on the fuel side, create that the total cost of ownership for that vehicle is nearly identical. And so it's really important for us to understand what the total cost to the city is for these vehicles. And then one thing that's really important for the city to keep abreast of is the shifting technology. So, 20 years ago, there were very limited use cases for decarbonized vehicles. Today, there are new vehicles hitting the market every month, and by different manufacturers. And so some of the current challenges have been some of the decarbonized vehicles have been one-off vehicles by manufacturers. They're just producing 10 or 20 or 30 vehicles a year that don't have a robust support network of service manuals, parts and replacement parts, or nearby maintenance. And so we really want to make sure that we're providing full services for our city staff to be able to use those vehicles, have proper uptime, and be able to meet all the functional needs that the city needs to do with all of our varying types of vehicles and use cases that we have. But with that being said, the technology is moving very quickly, and there are a lot of major manufacturers bringing new technology to market as we speak.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffland. Mr. Hoffland just went over the city's policy, and the advanced clean fleet and our own city policies complement each other. What I'm going to go over next is the regulations from the state, the mandate that the city has. It's established by the California Air Resources Control Board, or CARB, and it impacts vehicles greater than 8,500 pounds, which is generally greater than or equal to a Ford F-250. So think of this as your this larger truck regulation. And this regulation requires half of the vehicles we purchase be zero-emission vehicles. So it's a purchasing requirement. The state did give an alternative requirement that is more specific for larger agencies, where it's a composition requirement, where rather than purchases is a 50% requirement. By certain years, their fleet has to be a certain percentage of zero-emission vehicles. Staff elected not to recommend that one. Specifically, it could force the city to replace vehicles when we don't really need to, when it's not at the end of its useful life. The state law does have an emergency vehicle exemption. Up to 25% of our fleet can receive an emergency vehicle exemption. 35 we've predetermined in public safety. And since this is primarily trucks, those are primarily going to be fire trucks as opposed to police department vehicles, which are generally sedans or interceptors. And then there's also 20 or so vehicles in public works and forestry, like the Vector truck, some of those very large trucks that need to immediately respond to emergencies that we believe meet this exemption. So what is available in the market right now? The Ford F-150 Lightning is the largest available on the market right now. The Chevy also has a Silverado that's going to be coming out this year. So part of what we need to do as we replace vehicles is find out what's available, and if it's not available, then we have to apply for a waiver from CARB. This is a vehicle that is being used by the fire department. And then this is a similar Ford F-150. These vehicles do have some capability to have storage boxes in the back, but not as much as the larger trucks. So this is what Fleet and the departments, specifically Public Works, we're going to be working to figure out how we can use this vehicle to meet our needs. Vehicle charging stations. So the corporate yard at 630 Garden Street, right now we have some vehicle charging mostly for our pool vehicles. We're going to have to modify that and increase that to meet the needs of trucks. And so we're going to be moving from kind of one-off, what they call slow chargers, to planning for much larger infrastructure that can charge trucks faster. And this is a map showing the corporate yard and some planning we've started doing about where we're going to have the electrical vehicle charging. And our next step on this, Edison has a grant that helps with the charging infrastructure. We're going to need to install new transformers, new underground service. And so we're working on that application. And the corporate yard is also where we have our fueling station. So we're going to be going from it being just a gas fuel station to also being electric charging. So some challenges we have is currently the F-250 and greater trucks, there really is no zero emission vehicle available. And that impacts streets, wastewater, and water the most, our utility trucks. That is a challenge. And then also reporting requirements. There are a lot of waivers and process involved with CARB, but we have to do that while still meeting the service needs of all the departments. There's a lot of options, there's a lot of unknowns, and we have to remain in compliance with CARB. The next bullet point, standard trims. A lot of the electric vehicles coming out today don't have the more standard or basic trims. They come with fancier equipment on them that has a tendency to, if there is an accident, cost repair is a little bit more. So we're hopeful that the industry will modify its practices in the future, that once zero emission vehicles are fully adopted by the community, they start offering lower end trims that can be used for construction equipment and those types of things. And then the last bullet point is really about space, whether it's money, parking spaces, or electrical capacity. With having two systems, those are the three main challenges: parking spaces, funding, and charging capacity. And our next steps is we need to submit an annual compliance report to CARB by April 1st. And then accelerating the planning for vehicle charging, particularly at the corporate yard, but also in some other key locations throughout the city. And with that, we're here to take any questions.
Okay, questions from council. First, Mr. Jordan, and Mr. Clerk, we will accept questions online for this in the next 5 minutes, and we'll cut that off. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really just have a question on that graph with the total cost of ownership. And when you start talking the capital costs relative to putting in the infrastructure, particularly for fleets, are those dollars figured in there, or is the size of a fleet, once you amortize that across the whole fleet, is it really negligible in that graph there?
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan, I'll take a first cut at that, and then I'll let Mr. Hoffland chime in. This chart here shows the total cost of ownership. We in Fleet believe that there's other costs involved in implementing or rolling this out. In the short term, there's going to be more costs up front that involve the charging infrastructure, all the costs involved in just kind of doing the conversion. We're hopeful of getting outside funds for charging infrastructure, but we also know the reality is we really have two systems to maintain. In the long term, we do believe that the maintenance costs of electric vehicles is less and that the fuel costs are less, but in the short term, we're not sure.
Okay.
Mayor and council member, yeah, I would concur with everything Adam just pointed out, and just saying that a lot of these vehicles, specifically the medium to heavy duty vehicles, that are expected to be coming to market in the next few years. A lot of that is an unknown as to price point, as to who's bringing them to market and when they show up. We hear a lot of promises and a lot of delays. And price quotes for what something will cost 2 years from now is often not accurate. And so I think that's something we're still working with planning on planning to make sure that budgets can be met and that we can proactively find grants and incentives wherever possible.
Okay. And the other question I had is, where's hydrogen in this discussion, particularly in this problem with higher weight or higher functioning equipment? Is it not out there? Is it dead? Is it going to come back? I mean,
Councilmember Jordan, I haven't studied hydrogen vehicles specifically, but I do know that there are some hydrogen fuel stations locally, but I have heard that they're not particularly reliable. And so that's going to be a concern of a municipal fleet like ours, is making sure it can be fueled. I think Director Maurer may have a better understanding of hydrogen technology if he wishes to say a few things.
Yeah, Mayor Rouse, Mayor Pro Tem Jordan, I don't know that I have all the answers on hydrogen technology. I do personally firmly believe that will be the answer for the future. The question is that future 2 decades away, or is it a half a century away? And it really depends on the availability of cost-effective hydrogen. And once they figure out how to split those oxygen and hydrogen atoms cost-effectively and get us hydrogen, the industry everywhere will start going to hydrogen. We already know how to use fuel cells to convert hydrogen into power. It's just hydrogen gas isn't available at a cost-effective price point. So that's the
yeah, to
tough
do some more
part.
snooping too, because I know people, I know one person with the F-150 Lightning, and gets great operation until you put 100 pounds in the back of it, and then all of a sudden it just goes to heck. So it's just like you're going, well, that's, your truck goes from whatever, 250 miles to less than 100 miles with 500 pounds in the back. And so it just seems to me, I'd look forward to hearing some more about hydrogen. It just seems like that would be the resolution for the higher weight and functioning vehicles. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you. First, I want to thank staff for taking time to walk me through this whole item. It's very confusing, and my confusion came from that we are having to comply with technology that's not there yet. And so I just wanted to go through some clarifications. Since it's just a receiving report, I'm not going to go too in depth, but I think it's important to just kind of understand as we're going through it. So this is primarily aimed at basically the F-250s and above. And so we have, in the staff report, it says we have up to 99 waivers for emergency vehicles, plus if the technology is not there, those are additional. And if in attachment 3, there's a list of dozens and dozens of vehicles that we have that are F-250 and above, 350, 450, even higher. So what do we do in an instance where we have F-250s, but we've run out of waivers?
Councilmember Friedman, in the case of a example of an F-250, we can work internally with the department to possibly downsize to, for example, an F-150, modify it, make it meet their service needs. So that would be our first step, to comply with the state law by modifying the vehicle, making it slightly smaller. And then if it was a larger vehicle and there was nothing commercially available, then we would apply for a waiver from CARB that there's nothing on the market that meets our needs, and then they would review it and hopefully approve it.
So the F-250s, we could theoretically, or I guess not theoretically, we would have to, in that case, put them down to the F-150. And that would that be like the F-150 Lightning or equivalent, or would an F-150 be internal combustion? Would we have to purchase an electric vehicle at that point if we were downgrading?
Yeah, we would be purchasing a zero-emission vehicle, whether it's a Ford F-150, a Chevy Silverado, or something like that.
And then for those that the technology is not there, but it might be emerging, and say we're in a situation where there is brand new technology, how comfortable are we with the reliability of new technology?
Councilmember Friedman, one option we do have here is we delay a little bit our replacement of our vehicle. If it's approaching the end of its service life and there's nothing on the market that meets our need and is in compliance, we can wait a year or two before we do a replacement. We're going to be very cautious with any new vehicles on the market before we make the decision to purchase so that we don't get stuck with a vehicle that can't be maintained.
So we're factoring it all. These are all unknowns at this point. Even though we're working for compliance, we still have these unknown factors. But until then, we have additional waivers at this point because the technology is not there. Okay. So this could become a potential issue at a couple of years down the line, even more of an issue when you have brand new technology where we're forced to buy it without it fully being vetted, to Councilmember Jordan's point. And then I do have a question just in terms of the reliability, because it came up, I asked a question about sustainability, but just in terms of tires. In this case in particular, my understanding is that with electric vehicles, you go through tires faster because they weigh more and the torque is more. But now you're getting into trucks that are doing a lot of work, heavy work. And so my question is part of this, or is there another process where we are looking at the process for properly disposing of tires, and how are we addressing that? Because tires are such their environmental impact, and if we're going to be going through more of them, I just want to make sure we're covering them.
Councilmember Friedman, I will see if Mr. Harmon would like to come up to answer some of that question. Our fleet has seen that while it is true that electric vehicles have a higher torque and possibly wear the tires a little bit more, we haven't seen that here locally with our fleet. And then I do believe that we follow all the regulations about tire disposal that currently exist. And if Mr. Herman wants to add anything to that, he can go right ahead.
Mayor Rouse, council members, and Councilmember Friedman, thank you for the question. Yes, as Adam mentioned, so we do pay a fee on every tire that we buy on every new vehicle, and it helps with the disposal of that. So every vehicle or every tire that we remove, we actually drill it out so it cannot be reused, and then we have a company that comes in and disposes of them. With regards to the question about electric vehicles and the wear and tear on the tires, that is accurate. So if you do have more power, and you do have more weight, there's a greater potential to wear. And as Adam mentioned, we are not seeing that in a significant amount.
That's good that we're not seeing that, because we want those tires to last as long as possible. The last question I have is, on slide 14, you list some of the challenges, but one, the electrical capacity that we're going to need, because we're going to need significant space for the fast charging throughout the city and different parking lots and public spaces. So some of that's grant funded, but there's going to be significant costs to the city, I would assume, just from our own funds. It's not going to be fully, I wouldn't imagine, or maybe it could be fully grant funded. Is that correct, that we would have significant funds on our own?
Yeah, Councilmember Friedman, the Edison program that I made reference to, it will fund nearly all of the infrastructure costs, which includes the underground trenching, the transformers, trenching to the actual charging stations. The city would be required to pay for the actual charging station. But what we're going to see as these electric vehicles get bigger and we need to go to fast charger, Edison's infrastructure is going to be bigger and more expensive. So I would say maybe a project like that would be 90% covered by that program and then 10% by the city.
So most of it would be covered by Edison for the infrastructure part, but then the actual chargers we would pay for. There might be other grants of funding for the federal or state government for those. And then for the remainder, that would be split across the different funds, right, such as general fund, water fund, or whoever's using them is Is that the way I would understand?
Yeah, Councilmember Friedman and Mr. Hoffman may jump in here. The city has a fleet replacement fund that's used to fund the replacement of our vehicles. And so when the time comes to replace the vehicles, we look at how much is in that fund for that vehicle and what we can purchase. And as part of that, we'll be looking at what the charging needs are for that vehicle. And so some of that cost is going to come from a fund we have set aside. But in the short term, there will be a need for matching funds from the city. We don't know exactly what that is until we have a project planned and an application approved.
Councilmember, I would like to point out as well that knowing that we needed to have charging infrastructure in place to support the decarbonization of our fleet, we addressed this last year, a year and a half ago, when we took the vehicle acquisition policy to the Fleet Advisory Committee, the City Sustainability Committee, and the Budget Steering Committee, and provided a couple options for the additional funding we would need to support charging infrastructure for our fleet. The decision by the city administrator at that time was to put $150,000 of CIP money into the yearly budget for the next so many years to help support the initial rollout of that infrastructure. And so we're counting on that money to help augment the incentives and grants we get and SCE Charge Ready program.
Thanks. And then just one last follow-up question. You mentioned on the amortization of the cars or the fleet. As getting back to one of the earlier slides that Councilmember Jordan pointed out, that the initial cost for the new vehicles is significantly higher, but then when you amortize it out over maintenance and others, it works over time. But that initial cost would be on the purchase of the vehicle, which is what we're talking about here. So do we need a plan to increase from each department into the fleet replacement fund to be able to accommodate the increased costs up front, or are those offset with the maintenance costs?
Councilmember Friedman, some of this depends on what the market looks like when we go to acquire. We have had challenges finding vehicles, and when we do find vehicles, we have to quickly purchase them before they're gone. But in the immediate term, we've seen it as a balancing act. When we go to do the replacement, generally there's enough in the fleet replacement account, but it's a matter of balance with some of the other vehicles that are happening at the same time. So if we have 6 vehicles we're replacing, and let's say 3 of them are electric vehicles and they're more expensive, then we're looking for other ways that we can save money to stay within budget. But it really does depend on what the market looks like at that time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have any speaker? I don't have a speaker slip on this. Anybody online for this one?
No,
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
So thank you very much. There's no action on this particular item. Move on to item 8. Can you read that item in, please, Mr. Clerk?
Item 8, contracts for construction of fiscal year 2024B pavement maintenance project, resolution and agreement. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the council of the City of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 23-076, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2024 to appropriate funds for the fiscal year 2024B pavement maintenance project.
All right, thank you. Director Maurer, are you going to start this off?
Again, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. And yes, I will kick this one off as well. By rule, we don't have to bring a repair project to you, but we're doing so because this is a great opportunity to, again, talk about what we're doing in our Streets and Roads pavement program. Ms. Laura Yanez, our principal engineer for streets, is going to give the presentation. You know, I'm a very enthusiastic advocate for sustained funding of our streets program, and there's many reasons to be such an advocate, but the main one is once we get to that magical pavement condition index, probably in the mid-70s, it actually provides a return on investment. We get to a point, and I've seen that in my previous city, you get to a point where your streets program, the cost to maintain your streets is at a lower level, and the road, the infrastructure you have is servicing the community in the way of aesthetics, in the way of safety, in the way of commercial viability, in a much better and higher standard. So, I definitely want to continue to be an advocate for that. We'll discuss, I think everyone knows that we make decisions on which streets get paved based on condition, based on parity across the city, and also based on our utility replacement schedule, because most of our utilities are in our street right away, and we clearly would like to replace pipes, whether they're water or wastewater or other utilities, prior to making a major commitment for our street recapitalization program. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Yanez to give the brief.
Thank you, Mr. Maurer. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I'm Laura Yanez, Principal Engineer. I oversee the streets engineering design and construction teams. And before you today is the award of the construction contract for the annual city-wide pavement maintenance project. The recommendations before you is that the council award a contract to Granite Construction for the construction of the FY24B pavement maintenance project. B, that you authorize the Public Works Director to execute a contract with Flowers and Associates for the construction of support services. C, that you authorize the Public Works Director to execute a first amendment to the Measure A Cycle 5 project co-op agreement between the City of Santa Barbara and the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments. And D, that you adopt a resolution to appropriate funds for the FY24B pavement maintenance project. Today, I'll be giving you a brief overview of the FY24 pavement maintenance and safety project, as well as provide an update on our pavement maintenance program and challenges within the pavement maintenance program and other maintenance needs throughout the city as well. The scope of the FY24B pavement maintenance project includes the rehabilitation of high-priority streets through grind and overlay, as well as business corridor improvements on Coast Village Road, and the construction of various concrete improvements. That includes the replacement of curb and gutter, traffic signal conduit, and sidewalks, as well as the installation of ADA-compliant sidewalk access ramps as required by Title II. And lastly, the repaving of the city parking lot 5. Given the significant amount of concrete work within our pavement maintenance project, we decided to combine 5 grant-funded projects with our pavement maintenance efforts. The safety projects include intersection improvements at Las Positas Road and Stanley Drive, a multi-use path in front of the Santa Barbara Junior High, safety improvements at Cliff Drive and Allen Road, and lastly, safety improvements on San Andres Street at Sola, Victoria, and Anapamu. By combining the safety projects with our pavement maintenance projects, we not only have staff efficiency in managing the project, but also have economies of scale with the significant larger project. The project is scheduled to start construction in late March and continue through June of 2025, starting with the improvements on Coast Village Road, followed by the grant-funded safety projects, the overlay work, and lastly, the improvements at Parking Lot 5. This table breaks down the funding for our pavement maintenance portion of the project. Total project's cost is over $14 million, with Measure C funding the majority of it. We have $2 million that come in from SB1 funds and another $2 million that comes from our Streets Capital Fund. And funding for the safety improvements project component is primarily funded through the Highway Safety Improvement Program grant funds, as well as some Measure A grant funds. There is a match of $525,000 coming from Measure A, as well as the Transportation Development Fund. I'll now transition from the project details of this year's project to an update on our pavement network. The pavement network within the city of Santa Barbara is comprised of 247 centerline miles. This equates to over 41 million square feet of pavement. Last spring, the city hired Nichols Consulting Engineers to do a citywide assessment of our pavement network. The assessment involved boots-on-the-ground inspections of every single city street and resulted in a new baseline for our pavement condition projections and deterioration curves. The city's overall pavement condition has a PCI is rated at a 66, which is considered fair. At an overall PCI of 66, the city's street network is currently at a critical point where the pavement condition begins to more rapidly deteriorate if not maintained, thus greatly increasing costs required to maintain and rehabilitate our streets. This map shows the city's maintenance efforts going back to FY 2020 for both capital and in-house work. The city places the highest priority for pavement maintenance on the streets that are most heavily traveled, particularly when funding is limited. And that is reflected by the fact that our primary arterials have a PCI of 71, our minor arterials have a PCI of 74, whereas our citywide PCI is a 66. The city's collector streets are have a PCI of 69, and our residential streets have a PCI of 60. In other words, in a reduced funding scenario, there will be less pavement maintenance on the local neighborhood streets, keeping the focus on the heavily traveled streets. Deferred maintenance or backlog is defined as a required maintenance which must be postponed due to the lack of funding. So when the overall citywide PCI declines, our deferred maintenance increases. On the screen, you'll see 3 different funding scenarios projecting out for 10 years. In order to reach and maintain a PCI of 70, we need an investment of $16 million per year, which results in deferred maintenance increasing well over $100 million. In order to reach and maintain a PCI of 75, we need an investment of $20 million per year, and our deferred maintenance stays at about $50 million. And lastly, to reach and maintain a PCI of 80, we need an investment of $24 million per year, resulting in a significant decrease in our deferred maintenance down to about $15 million. These estimates would have to be adjusted yearly for inflation. As Mr. Maurer stated, preventative maintenance is the most cost-effective way to utilize our pavement maintenance funding. However, the citywide PCI of 66, at this point, the network is still at a point where increased amount of rehabilitation and reconstruction are needed. This graph shows our funding going back to 2019. As you can see, there's been a significant amount of fluctuation in the funding, making it hard to plan work long-term. If the city maintains the current average funding amount, the citywide PCI will continue to increase, but never really reach a PCI of 75. And we will be carrying a deferred maintenance amount of over $100 million. Recently, the Measure C Oversight Committee did identify a PCI of 75 as one of their funding priorities. In addition to having significant needs within our pavement program, we also have other assets with ongoing maintenance needs. That includes our concrete sidewalks, curb and gutter, sidewalk access ramps, and sidewalk access ramps. Concrete repairs are typically done with our pavement maintenance projects and have historically taken about 50% of the budget, which ideally would be dedicated fully to pavement. And these costs are factored into our unit costs for pavement maintenance. The other street assets with urgent attention needed is our storm drain system, not only for repairs, but also capacity improvements to prevent flooding in known issue areas. Due to the lack of dedicated funding, our approach to maintenance has typically been reactive. We have a complaint, usually arising from a failed segment in our system, and in those cases is when we respond. In 2020, the city hired a consultant to video a portion of our storm drain system, really highlighting a lot of major issues. Therefore, this year we kicked off a comprehensive citywide condition assessment in order to fully understand the extent of our unfunded liability. As we recently experienced, the frequency and the intensity of our storms is increasing, only highlighting the urgent need to invest in our storm drain system to prevent potentially catastrophic issues in our community. Given the condition of our pavement, concrete, and drainage assets, the amount of deferred maintenance or backlog is estimated well over $200 million. And drainage repairs capacity improvements currently the largest unknown, but estimated well beyond $75 million. Unfortunately, we also project a number of funding headwinds. We have a structural deficit within our streets fund with the flattening out of UUT, gas tax, and Measure A revenues, as well as the rising allocated and labor costs. By 2026, we anticipate the streets fund will only cover allocated and labor costs, and eventually that will exceed the streets fund revenues. We also anticipate a decline in the availability of Measure C for capital, with projects such as the police station going to construction soon. So, given these scenarios, without significant amount of investment into our pavement, concrete, and storm drain assets, our deferred maintenance will continue to exponentially increase. And with that, this concludes my presentation. In addition to Mr. Maurer, with me is City Engineer Brian Damore and City Traffic Engineer Derek Bailey. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Back to council for questions. Anyone have a question? Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse, and thank you for presentation. I have two questions. One, to Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez's questions earlier about storm capacity and anything there on slide 13 about storm drain capacity improvements, flooding in known areas. Anything in the plans there that would address some of those issues already planned?
Sorry, I don't know if I understand your question. Can you restate that?
Okay, for the storm drain capacity improvements.
Yes.
For flooding in known issue areas, could you describe where those are?
There's a few typical hotspots. We know definitely the east side and the west side have areas that typically flood, as well as areas near Delavina Street, and obviously adjacent to either Sycamore or Mission Creek are flood prone.
Thank you. And are those is this slide in particular, slide 13, is this in deferred maintenance or are there planned improvements along any of those areas?
There are currently no planned improvements. No, we first have to start with a capacity assessment, citywide capacity assessment, which is currently unfunded. Similar to our assessment for citywide condition assessment for repairs, we need to also conduct a storm drain capacity assessment to understand not only the areas that we visibly see, but also into the future, be able to make capacity improvements in order to accommodate the higher intensity and frequency storms.
Thank you. So I just for clarification, these other maintenance needs, these are currently not funded.
That's correct.
Okay, and that is one of the main points
Yes.
of what you're showing us today. Okay, thank you so much.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Ms. Sneddon answered one of my questions. Slide 12. Could we go back to slide 12? Could you just explain more in detail? So we're in 2024, and if I'm reading this correctly, if we approve what you presented today, we will be able to go forward with some of these projects, but it shows that it's going to continue declining.
Councilmember Gutierrez, the project before you today is funded with the budget allocated for FY24 as shown on the graph. That's correct. But our project for FY25 was scaled down due to the decline in funding compared to the budgeted funds for FY24. And Mr. Mauer's going to add additional information.
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, if I could just add, obviously, when we presented the FY 24-25 two-year budget to council, there's a lot of trade-offs. And all the requirements across the city that compete for Measure C funds are all legitimate. We wouldn't bring anything forward that wasn't legitimate. It's just a matter of what prevails in the end with a finite amount of funds and almost an infinite amount of requirements. So what you see there is we, Public Works, and we, the city's pavement program, did well in this fiscal year. And this, in a perfect world, would be the level of funding we would have in constant dollars. So as these dollars would be increased over time with inflation and the like for the program, until we got to that perfect point of PCI of over 75, where then we would start delivering a return on that investment, and the city's commitment to the pavement program could actually go down because the prior investments are now reaping their benefits, and we're more in a maintenance mode as opposed to a grind and mill and repave mode throughout the city. If we don't do that, now we're in a situation where we're constantly chasing roads that are falling apart. Wet winters, we all know, don't help us. They accelerate the degradation of our pavement structure. So I fully support where we're at because that was the decision that council made and city administrator presented and council blessed with 2025. But it's a conscious decision. We know that we're not getting after that deferred maintenance, and we still have this burden in front of us.
Thank you.
All right, very good. I do have a public speaker slip for this. Melinda Masonette. Oh, you're from item 9. Okay. Thank you. Very good. With that, it's back to council for discussion and/or a motion. If you do make a motion, please remember to include all the items that are here on this particular item, A, B, C, and D. Anyone upon council for all the above? Mr. Friedman.
I'll just make the motion. I think it's important that we do this and we get ahead of the curve as much as we can. But with that, I'll make the recommendation, the staff recommendation items A, B, C, and D.
Motion by Friedman. Ms. Gutierrez.
I'll second.
Second by Alejandro Gutierrez. Any more discussion to the motion? Mr. Clerk, may we have the vote, please?
This vote is to adopt the recommendations. We have moved by Councilmember Friedman and seconded by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. You can go ahead and vote, please.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Very well done, staff. Appreciate that. Would you read the next item, please?
Item 9, lease agreement for 621 Chapala Street for a daytime navigation and workforce development center agreement.
Okay. What we'll do is we'll get through the staff presentation, then we're going to take a quick break before we get into speakers. There are a lot of speakers, so I'm going to have everybody limited to 2 minutes per to accommodate everyone. Mr. Sander, you're a very popular guy. You'll get your full 5 minutes, no problem. A lot of people have dedicated their time to you. So let's go ahead and have the staff presentation, and then we'll take a small break. Is that Ms. Stotts? Are you the? Oh, there she is. Ms. Anderson.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I'm Barbara Anderson, Senior Assistant to the City Administrator, and I'm here today to present the proposal for a daytime navigation and workforce development center in downtown Santa Barbara. I do want to take a moment to share that this proposal is years in the making. Close to every city department has contributed to this effort, providing their guidance, leadership, and support, of which I've leaned heavily on the library director and her staff, as well as the chief of police and her command team, along with our sustainability and resilience code enforcement team. We've also been working closely with service providers and community members that have lived the experience of homelessness on what we can do better to help navigate the system, address their basic needs, and get them on the path back to self-sufficiency. And lastly, special thanks to the city administrator team, Renee Irely, Brandon Bodette, Nicole Grisanti, Talia Dorado, Rebecca Bjork. Honestly, she was a huge contributor and leader and supporter of this effort, and now Sarah Connect. As well as the SB Act team, who helped navigate the highs and lows of a number of viable properties, as well as the process to make today a reality. So often when we have a new proposal, the response is, well, that's just a Band-Aid, not a solution. Or that's not the only thing that we should be doing, and it's not. We want to reiterate and provide some background on the city-level strategies that we have deployed right now, that we've put in play the last 2 to 3 years that have made a demonstrable difference in conjunction with county-funded and directed resources. And this is above and beyond the considerable investments Mayor and Council have made to advance much-needed affordable housing solutions. For going on its 4th year, the city has prioritized bringing together all agencies that are working to address homelessness to ensure that we're all moving in the same direction and committed to the same goals, and that those goals are measurable so that we can demonstrate progress and adjust strategies if we need to. After completion of a 3-year strategic plan, the Act on Homelessness Collaborative recently expanded to include all of southern Santa Barbara County. Current goals address the rise of vehicular homelessness and individuals with high acuity behavioral health needs. We also implemented neighborhood navigation centers to meet unsheltered individuals where they are and coordinate service delivery. The NNCs have helped facilitate 65 exits from homelessness in 2 years. We know that if we have a consistent day, time, and location, that people will come and access the services they need. We also shifted our PATH contract from general operating support to city-designated interim housing beds. This allows us to know the shelter beds we have available at any given time when an individual is open to a referral. We also expanded homeless outreach services from 5 days a week to 7, with Thursday through Sunday being dedicated to the downtown corridor and parts of the waterfront. This extra level of support and engagement has proven to be very successful, especially in reducing the circumstances when the police department is the only responder. Moreover, we continue to regularly engage business owners and residents through our regional action plans and conduct what have become really important neighborhood walks to speak to constituents about their concerns. Lastly, it's critically important that we continue to maintain the safety and vibrancy of all of our neighborhoods. The storage of personal belongings in public spaces ordinance, as well as additional storage solutions, are helping us reduce the impact of personal items in the public right-of-way, near public buildings, and in our public parks and beaches. Admittedly, all of these strategies, as well as the day-to-day costs for managing homelessness in the city of Santa Barbara, do add up. But we have a team that is committed to utilizing taxpayer dollars effectively and efficiently. You'll see that our costs across departments, including the police department, parks and recreation, library, as well as sustainability and resilience, reduced slightly last year, and that our grant dollars were deployed differently based on adjusted scopes of work. You'll see fiscal year 2022, the significant increase was due to the council's directed investment in the emergency shelter program at the Rose Garden Inn. I also want to use this chart to put in perspective the total investment that we were proposing for a daytime navigation and workforce development center. The proposed cost for the lease agreement is around $200,000 a year, and the cost for programming is estimated to be about $500,000 per year, of which the city will not be paying the total costs. And as a reminder, one of the key recommendations from your ad hoc committee on homelessness was for daytime navigation center services. This report out happened last May, and we've continued on with those recommendations and implementing our new strategies. This was due to the many lessons learned from our city staff in managing the day-to-day impacts of homelessness, as well as in working to serve our most vulnerable population. We recognize that there is limited availability of shelter locations during the daytime for people experiencing homelessness. The extended winter season of inclement weather has also exacerbated the need for more availability of daytime services. We've seen the impacts on our public facilities, such as our library, during severe storms, and just over the past few days, we were reminded that there is a consistent and important need that we have not been able to sufficiently address. This proposal is also meant to build on the demonstrated success of the neighborhood navigation centers, but provides a much more dignified location for service delivery. So the center will provide what we're calling a one-stop shop for people experiencing homelessness and housing insecurity to access support and services with a goal of assisting them to secure housing. These services will include documentation readiness, such as acquiring a copy of their birth certificate, driver's license, social security card, as well as case management, workforce development, and life skills building, job search assistance, housing referrals, healthcare, and mental health support. By providing these services in a safe and welcoming environment, the center will help individuals take steps toward finding and successfully remaining in stable housing. The center will be unique in that it will provide a comprehensive range of services in a single centralized location with the explicit goal of helping individuals find housing. By eliminating the need for clients to navigate multiple service providers, the center will mitigate barriers that exist to accessing support and housing. Additionally, the center will offer these services at consistent hours 5 days a week, with additional client meetings offered by appointment only after those hours. This will eliminate the need for individuals to travel to different sites on different days and different times of the week to access various services that they need. I want to reiterate that this center is meant to be a resource for all who are struggling in our community. There are so many people that could use a step up in accessing gainful employment opportunities, ones that pay a fair wage or pay more than they're earning right now. We want the center to be as focused on workforce development and housing navigation as addressing basic need and relief services for our most vulnerable populations. We also want the center to complement other resources available in the city, such as the Father Virgil Cordano Day Center and the incredible depth and breadth of programming that is available at our Central and East Side libraries. The center will be fully managed by a local nonprofit service provider, the Santa Barbara Alliance for Community Transformation, as we know as SBACT, and be supported by key service provider partners that have a proven track record of positive outcomes in reducing homelessness. This includes the strong existing network of service providers who are currently operating at the NNCs. With the center at a more dignified and safe location, the NNCs at Alameda Park and the commuter lot will wind down, and providers will then be on a rotating schedule at this physical site. The NNC will continue to operate the rescue mission on Wednesdays to be accessible to our vulnerable population on the Lower East Side of Santa Barbara. So now, the location. The staff is proposing a 3-year lease agreement for the property at 621 Chapala Street in downtown Santa Barbara. As mentioned, it took a long time to find a property that was accessible, relatively discreet, and had all of the features that we were looking for to be able to provide the diversity of services that we know are needed. As you can see, the building is set back from the street, allowing for sufficient vehicle and bike parking. There's also a gated courtyard in the front and both open and private spaces on the first and second floor. There are cubicle spaces and office spaces, along with conference room space and storage space. There's even already a bathroom with a shower. There's also fenced-in outdoor space that can be used for individuals to store their carts while they are engaging in services at the center. This will also help us mitigate any impacts to the exterior of the building in the front. We have sufficient space to provide phone charging stations, computer stations, storage for personal documents, and a place for people to rest and receive basic relief services. You'll see from the proposed first floor layout the amount of space that will be utilized and the rotation of providers that will have scheduled hours at the center. Only the first floor of the building will be open to the public as a drop-in daytime navigation center. The second floor will be subleased to service providers that are working to address homelessness and behavioral health. These are beautiful private office spaces that will allow providers to share information, resources, and collaborate on client outcomes, much of what now occurs in the regional action plan meetings that have proven to be very valuable and productive. City staff and SBAC will be working together to identify providers to utilize these office spaces. The proposed lease agreement has an initial term of 3 years with the option to extend the lease on the same terms and conditions for another 3-year term. As you can see, the city will be paying market rate rent. But we could not be more pleased that the property owner is a longtime local resident that fully supports our proposed use. He actually received a round of applause during our site visit last week from all of our service providers for his very meaningful contribution to this process. The initial cost for the lease agreement will be addressed by the approved fiscal year 2024 Measure C expenditure allocation of $500,000 for homelessness response. The use of funds is consistent with the recently approved City Council and Citizens Oversight Committee priority use of Measure C funds, which identified addressing homelessness by prioritizing housing and facilities. Measure C funds will not be utilized to support programming at the center. Other existing funding sources to address homelessness, such as the Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program and Home ARP, will be directed for this purpose, and we will be applying for grants as they are available. Please note that there is a difference here of $8,212 in first-year costs from what is included in the council agenda report due to the additional prorated rent and common area operating expenses just for the half of the month of February. City staff, in partnership with SBACT, have actively engaged with the neighborhood about this proposal, including residents and business owners in the area surrounding the property, as well as throughout the downtown corridor. This outreach will continue as we are committed to building strong relationships and being responsive to any questions or concerns. The center will take several proactive steps to minimize impacts to the surrounding neighborhood, including to ensure that all outdoor activities, such as clients entering and exiting the building, are regulated and monitored by staff, as well as to ensure that large client items, such as backpacks and carts, are temporarily and securely stored in a locked room in the building to prevent any visual impacts to the exterior of the building. SBAC will also be conducting regular outreach to individuals experiencing homelessness in the surrounding neighborhood to encourage engagement with service providers at the center and to discourage loitering, as well as weekly block walks to pick up any neighborhood litter, report vandalism, or address any illegal dumping on public property. In addition to hiring a private security firm to conduct patrols during the evening and overnight hours, SBAC will also be offering a phone line to community members to call with questions or concerns. We actually went door to door, which it's been a while since I've done that. We were handing out flyers of information, and we had several really meaningful conversations with residents in the surrounding neighborhood and met with a number of business owners. We also actively engaged all the members of the downtown organization as they're directly impacted by the availability of the center and its location. We also want to clarify that the process to get the center off the ground and open to the public does not end after today. Under the city's new zoning code, the use of the property as a daytime navigation and workforce development center is considered a social services facility and is allowed subject to approval of a conditional use permit by the Planning Commission. This application has been submitted to the Community Development Department and should go before the Planning Commission in April. Staff is not proposing any changes to the exterior or interior of the space beyond just adjusting a few cubicles to make the first floor a little bit more open. While there's no guarantee that the CUP will be approved, city staff would like to move forward with the lease agreement to begin utilization of the property as office space. This will enable coordination and collaboration among service providers that will in turn be very positive for client engagement and outcomes. The programmatic operating expenses for the Daytime Navigation and Workforce Development Center will also need to be addressed in separate agreements with SB Act and CityNet and will be forthcoming to City Council for review. Though the City of Santa Barbara will be making a significant contribution to daily operating expenses through existing funding sources to address homelessness, as mentioned earlier, this investment will also be matched by philanthropic contributions. In addition to total costs being offset by service providers subleasing that second floor office space. So the city contribution is estimated to be 55% of the total cost for the center operating for the next 3 years. So to close, the recommendation from staff for your consideration this afternoon is that council authorize the city administrator to execute an office lease agreement with 621 Partners LLC, subject to approval as to form by the city attorney for the property located at 621 Chapala Street for the proposed use as a daytime navigation and workforce development center for individuals experiencing homelessness and housing insecurity. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, Ms. Anderson. So I want to announce that we will stop taking speaker slips on this item at 1:15, along with, if you're online waiting to speak, please raise your hand by that time. We'll cut that time off. We'll go to questions for council before we go to break. I want to ask my council to be mindful of the fact there are a lot of people who want to speak, so please be as brief as you can with your questions. All right? Who would like to be up first? I saw you putting your finger there, Harry.
Thank you, Ms.
Oh, I
Anderson.
had the wrong screen on. That was actually Mr. Jordan, sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Jordan.
Snuck in there. What's not to like? Is that an easy enough question? Yeah, perfect, right? Just a couple. Like to hear more about the hotline. Should I just wait until Rich or Landon come up and talk and ask them?
Yes, Councilmember Jordan, it's as simple as it's stated. So we have a hotline right now for CityNet doing downtown outreach 7 days a week. So it is a number accessible to residents and business owners already. They utilize that to report concerns. This would be facilitated the same. Any specific questions they can ask when they come up, yeah.
And then the only other question I had was just walk me through as you know, as we both know, we get plenty of pushback on, it's like a shelter. Well, we know it's not like a shelter code, but could you just talk through what makes this different than a shelter, say, that Path operates down near the east side?
Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Jordan, I appreciate that question. This is not a shelter. So as you see from the layout of the space, it is very much meant to be a multi-use office space. And because we have had years now of a network of providers working at the neighborhood navigation centers, we're very fortunate that these same network of providers wants to work at this physical site. They have been in the rain, in the dark, in the colds, serving clients for the past 3 years. To be able to transition to this site, offer dignity for clients being served, offer dignity for the providers, private space for much-needed conversations and support, as well as a really calming, welcoming place and safe space for people to be for those relief services. So we say that we will meet anyone where they're at, be able to help them with whatever they need, but we will nudge them on the course of housing navigation and case management. It really is the focus of our dollars that we want to invest as a city to be able to yield those outcomes that we know are desperately needed. So really a lot of time and attention to individuals as they're coming in. We are also going to be working with people with lived experience. So they're going to be employees helping with the flow and navigation of the center, being able to support people, being able to really understand what people are experiencing, the challenges that they've confronted, and be able to help them on that path. There's also going to be a dedicated on-site case manager just for the center. So we know a lot of the work is, people have fallen out of communication with an existing case manager, didn't have good rapport, didn't have a good experience with an agency, that this case manager would act as a kind of an independent party and be able to navigate and be able to make a connection with a new case management agency. So there's just a lot of different service providers that are going to be on site all the time, and it will be much more of an office navigation of services space, even the workforce development pathways, the document readiness, all of that has been being done at one location rather than having a shelter say, we can offer you 1 or 2 things, but you have to go outside of our facility to be able to access everything else.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Mr. Jordan answered
Oh,
my
okay.
questions, yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman?
Just a couple questions. On slide 12, you referenced the cost of this and that we would be, the city would be for 55%, I think you said, of which of those costs? Would it be the total 221 or of just the base rent?
So I was referring to Councilmember Friedman, the total cost for operating the center. So we've committed to the lease agreement. So those annual costs for 3 years, we've committed to that. We're also, in addition, going to be rerouting some of the dollars that we've been directing to the neighborhood navigation centers to this physical site, as well as some of the additional case management dollars adding on to our existing CityNet contract. So there's a couple of different pathways that we're navigating for the 700,000 plus total per year, not the lease agreement itself.
Thank you for the clarification on that. And as part of that, you mentioned that the Alameda Park and the Carrillo Castillo would be transferring over to this, which is a much more controlled setting with greater security and all that. There's two more questions. I noticed on page 3 of the staff report, and I do see our library director here, but I was just curious, one of the goals, goal number 4, which was to have the public library staff offer workforce development service and computer access. And I'm just wondering, being that our library does have a lot of challenges within its own basic operations and staffing-wise, why we wouldn't work with some of our nonprofit providers, such as City College or others who are already going to be there to offer these services. And is there a reason why it's the library as opposed to some of those?
Mayor Russ and Councilmember Friedman, it's not just the library. We highlighted the library as a city department that we will be leaning on heavily to help navigate some of our workforce development work because they've just been doing it for so long. And they've been doing it specifically to serve our population in the city. But we've had offers from human resource members associations, Santa Barbara City College. We actually, when we were going door to door to businesses, Sherwin-Williams said, you know, we always have contractors looking for painters. We'd love to be part of a program placing people to be employed with our contractors. So it really is going to be a multi-sector engagement opportunity there for us and partnership. And we actually know that there's quite a number of financial resources available through state funding programs specifically for this purpose. So it's not just the library, but we highlighted the library in particular.
Okay, great. I just wanted to clarify because I know there's so many out there and I want to make sure that we're allocating our library resources. And my last question, it gets into what you were saying before about trying to ensure that the people who are taking part of these services that they're getting into case management and others. Are we going to, at some point, look at any metrics? And this has come up in with the Neighborhood Navigation Center in Alameda Park, that there are individuals who come in and they get services and then they get on their way, and there's others who just use it and they keep using it over and over and over and have no interest in obtaining services. So are we looking at how to manage that? Because a year later, somebody who's continuing to use everything but has shown no interest, can we mitigate that and actually make it a little more difficult to do that in the sense that we want you to get into services if you're going to be here?
Yeah. Mayor Russ and Councilmember Friedman, this is a huge benefit to having a physical site with a physical entry point. So the neighborhood navigation centers right now, again, are in open outdoor spaces, most of them. So people can come in from any direction and engage with service providers in any way, shape, or form. This physical site has one entry point, and that intake process starts at that first door. We actually will have a formal code of conduct that people have to agree to. So we'll know people by name, how frequently they access services at the center and what services they access from other provider information. So unlike before, we're able to actually capture that data much more detailed and then be able to assist clients through that process, nudge them along and really get them on the path, especially if they're taking advantage of the services, they're there frequently. We should be able to get that person towards better outcomes for themselves rather than just, partaking in services but not being interested in anything else.
Better outcomes than the navigation centers out in the parks right now. So I appreciate
absolutely.
that. Thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez.
Ms. Anderson, can I get a little bit more clarification how opening the center, you mentioned that the city might have to take some funding from that we give out already, or can you just clarify a little bit more?
Yes. Mayor Rosa and Councilmember Gutierrez, I did want to address the total funding that's ahead of you to not, keep it separated. So I know it's complicated to address the details now when we're just looking at the lease agreement, but I at least want to speak to the fact that City Council and the public will have access to the full range of agreements that will be proposed as part of the programming for the center, first and foremost. And second, the dollars that we use right now, the city commits $100,000 to all 3 neighborhood navigation center sites. So those dollars would easily be just reallocated to this purpose, but for the same type of service delivery. So that's all we're saying, is the $100,000, it would be recommended as we go through the next fiscal year, that would be routed specifically to the physical site and the programming that's happening at the Neighborhood Navigation Center in this location.
Thank you. And once we get this navigation center up and going, we can receive annual update reports where we're tracking everybody that comes in and out and how many, unhoused people we've served and how many are actually not homeless anymore, all of that great data?
Councilmember Gutierrez, yes. We are already excited about reporting to you 1 year from now about the outcomes of the center and its physical site.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Council is going to take a brief break. We will be back. Appreciate your patience. We'll reconvene right at 5 o'clock. quiet everybody got. Wow. They never behave like this. All right, very good. We're going to begin our comment on this item right now. We've got a number of speaker slips. That's we're going to go to 2 minutes per. We also have some online speakers as well that'll come after the folks that are here in person. So I'm going to start out with Rich Zander because Rich has a number of folks dedicating time to him. I'm going to read those off. Kai Tilley. No, dedicating your time. I just need to know you're here. I see you. Cool. Landon, I see you right there. Leticia Trujillo. There, thank you. Eric Meyer. That's very good, thank you. And I think that's it. You got more than enough anyway, Mr. Sanders. So you can have. We have the limit's 5 minutes. If you'd go right ahead, we'll get you going.
All right, I'll try to make this short. Honorable members of the Santa Barbara City Council and fellow citizens, as we gather here today, we confront a challenge that tests the very fabric of our community, the escalating crisis of homelessness. This issue, intensified by the global pandemic, has brought not just a housing crisis to our doorstep, but has also magnified mental health and substance abuse problems amongst the most vulnerable in our community. We stand at a crossroads, facing the dual challenge of addressing immediate needs while also laying the groundwork for long-term solutions. First, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to the Council for your steadfast support of the Neighborhood Navigation Centers. Your commitment has been a lifeline for many in our community. These pop-up gatherings have not only provided basic needs, but have also been a source of hope and transformation. For example, through the support of NNCs, individuals like Charlie, an older gentleman who found himself living in his car after losing his housing, have been able to rebuild their lives. Charlie approached us at an NNC and said, "I'm 74 years old, and I don't want to die in my car." Through the NNC, he was connected to a caseworker that led to him first being housed at Dignity Moves, and then later at Veracruz Village, where he's found stable housing, he's looking for work, and has made new friends and community with his neighbors. This is but one testament to the power of the services you have helped provide. It's stories like Charlie's that underscore the vital role of the NNCs in our community. They're not just individual victories, but rather collective achievements that lift our entire community. Yet despite these successes, the reality remains that the NNCs represent only a fragment of the comprehensive approach required to tackle homelessness effectively. We seek to address this gap by providing a complementary suite of services that are currently beyond the reach of our existing facilities. The need for a stable, accessible location where individuals can consistently connect with case managers, access healthcare, and utilize essential day-to-day services cannot be overstated. This isn't just an expansion of our current offerings. It is a critical evolution of our approach to caring for the most vulnerable among us and addressing the impacts of homelessness that extend to every member of our community. Your continued support and commitment to our strategic plan has been instrumental. The introduction of the DNC into our network of services represent a pivotal next step in our mission to provide holistic support to those in need. The center will not only offer a safe haven for those in need, but will also serve as a hub for collaboration amongst service providers. In delving deeper into the structure and vision of the proposed Daytime Navigation Center, I want to highlight a particularly innovative aspect of our plan, the utilization of the second floor of the facility. This space is earmarked for lease to nonprofit service provider partners, a strategic decision that underscores our commitment to unity, collaboration, and efficiency in addressing homelessness. The concept behind allocating space on the second floor for our partners goes beyond mere convenience. It represents a deliberate effort to foster an environment of close collaboration and shared purpose among the diverse organizations working tirelessly to support our community's most vulnerable members. By housing these organizations under one roof, we are not just sharing space, we are creating a synergistic ecosystem where ideas, resources, and best practices can be exchanged seamlessly. As we contemplate the future of the DNC and its role in our community, let us recognize the power of collaboration and shared purpose. By supporting the lease for this facility, the City Council will be making a profound investment in the strength and unity of our service provider network. Its location is not only strategic in terms of accessibility, but also places it within complementary services, the Rescue Mission on the east side and the Father Virgil Cardano Center on Upper State. I urge you, members of City Council, to recognize the critical importance of this initiative. By signing this lease for the new DNC, you will be making a profound statement about our city's values and commitment to supporting all of its residents. It is a declaration of our community's values, a testament to our collective will to confront and overcome the challenges of homelessness. This decision is not just about allocating resources, it's about investing in the future of our community and the lives of those who are most in need. With your endorsement of the DNC, you are affirming our shared commitment to compassion, dignity, and justice. As we consider the path forward, let us not underestimate the impact of our actions. This is not just a policy decision, it is a moral imperative. It embodies our commitment to building a community that upholds the dignity and worth of every individual, regardless of their circumstances. In closing, I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to you for your dedication in addressing this complex issue. Your leadership and commitment has and will be the power to bring about meaningful change here. Thank you for your time, your compassion, and your commitment to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sander. Okay, Jeff Schaefer, and is Kayla still here? Okay, so just to be you. Be followed by Tara Wright.
Mayor Rouse, members of City Council, city staff, for all your work on this, SB Act, to all the service providers. There's a word called pronoia. I don't know if you've heard of pronoia. It's the opposite of paranoia. Paranoia is the universe is against me or us, and pronoia is the universe is for us. And I feel like all the building blocks that have come forward that the city has put into play over the past decade or so are beginning to build toward that pronoia for our friends on the streets. So I just want to thank you all for this. It should, in my mind, it should be a unanimous decision to move forward. It would not make any sense to me to not make this decision to do this navigation day center. I know the meal sharings and the neighbor navigation centers have a controversial past as we're dealing with different mitigating, how they affect the community and the neighborhood. And I'm really thankful that city staff, Barbara and Liz, SB Act, and other providers have thought all that through as they think about this day center. And I want to recognize, for me personally, there were two, I guess found a video of Gator and Shaky, who were part of the people in Pershing Park who first started the meal sharing there with me. Gator ended up being housed through some of the outreach, through Common Ground and other people. Shaky ended up dying in the streets, and I think these kind of models are the differences between life or death for our street friends. So I think it's invaluable. And it just continues to build on the coordination and collaboration, data collection, all the efforts the city's engaged in. So I'm just really impressed with all the work, and I'm really thankful that this is coming into being, and I would strongly endorse a unanimous decision on its behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. Tara Wright, you're going to be followed by Marina Vogel.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Tara Wright. I'm a volunteer with SB Act. And I just want to know, how would you save yourself if you lived in your car in Santa Barbara? I lived in my car for 5 years, and I did not know about available resources until I found myself in an incredibly dangerous situation and was placed in a safe house. I even used local showers for the unhoused twice a week prior to placement in the safe house, and I still did not know about resources. When exited from the safe house after 1 year because I maxed out my time, I was still homeless. I was sent to the Santa Maria Emergency Shelter, which is not a healthy place to be. I lived there for 6 months. I maxed out my time there, and I was still homeless. I was left to navigate resources on my own. So what was missing? How can we solve this problem? Medical and mental health care, case management, support groups, employment support, and training. A permanent location for the Daytime Navigation Center would allow access to these resources to an increased number of people, thereby housing a larger number of individuals. As of the 2023 point in time count, there were 787 unhoused people in Santa Barbara, and 206 of them lived in cars. So please, approve the 3-year lease agreement for the Daytime Navigation Center and continue to financially support homeless services downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Marina Vogel, followed by Gina Quiros.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for this time. I want to thank you so much for all that you have already done to help our population of people that are experiencing homelessness and housing insecurity. I have been assisting all of these wonderful people for about a year, once a month, at these centers, on the street, in the parking lot at Carrillo. And it's an amazing coming together of really committed people that really know what they're doing. And they've achieved so much. The thing that's missing is going to be dealt with this new center, the stability. That means that services will be provided every day, rain or shine. And service providers will be able to be there knowing that they're not going to be standing out in the rain. Minor point, but people need to know whether we're coming or not, so they will show up. And they need to be confident of that. And when you see the services, how they experience them, how they look forward to that, being able to provide more of that is going to reap the benefits of all these programs that they have thought so much about. As a community member, I'm so excited to see what you guys have done for our community so far, and I look forward to this next step. It's going to be amazing, and there, but for the grace of God go I. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Gina Quiros, followed by Deborah Hamrick.
Mayor Rouse, City Council members, my name is Gina Quiros. I'm here today to share with you the critical importance of establishing a daytime navigation center for the unhoused citizens in our city. Without stable housing, I often found myself lost in a cycle of uncertainty and hopelessness. Accessing essential services such as case management, mental wellness support, and job opportunities was incredibly difficult as I had to navigate a complex and fragmented system with limited resources and support. A daytime navigation center would have provided me and others with a safe and supportive environment to access help we all desperately needed. By offering a centralized location for support, resources, and case management, it can empower individuals who are unhoused and quite possibly lead them to taking meaningful steps to getting their life back to stability. It is my hope to utilize the center to meet with my own beneficiaries, as I am now an outreach worker in Santa Barbara. Additionally, I am a board member of the Continuum of Care. I co-chair the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee for the Continuum of Care. I'm a board member and outreach coordinator for the Committee for Social Justice, and a member of the National Coalition for the Homeless, as well as a member of the National Alliance to End Homelessness. Let us come together as a community to provide a beacon of hope for those who are struggling and demonstrate our commitment to creating a more inclusive and compassionate city for all residents. I urge you to please support the Daytime Navigation Center. It is definitely a step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Deborah Hamrick, followed by Joyce Berg.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing this incredibly important project to be considered at today's council meeting. This project has been a long time coming. We have learned from our navigation centers the importance of consistency in the lives of people experiencing homelessness. We have been able to provide resources, complete follow-up action steps, connect people with substance abuse resources, public health, and mental health services. This day center takes the best of the navigation centers and adds dignity to the lives of our clients. Permanency, privacy, and dignity. A place where we can sit, complete documents, make phone calls, and share very personal information in the privacy of a professional yet welcoming environment. Complete medical and mental health assessments out of prying eyes and listening ears. This day center allows for quick follow-up when needed, especially when an opportunity for housing arises, with 3 to 5 days to respond. Clients receive consistent medical and mental health care as we are able to locate and provide transportation to these appointments. This brings people out of the elements and into a building designed for the care of our clients. I have been in homeless services for many, many years here in Santa Barbara and have been a part of teams advocating for a day center most of those years. This is a win-win for all parties. I support this day center because I strongly believe this will improve the quality of life for people experiencing homelessness and strengthen our community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Joyce Berg, will be followed by Joanna Sanchez.
Mayor Rouse and City Council members, thank you. I want to tell two short stories. I work at Christ Presbyterian Church, which is on Victoria and Anacapa, and I'm the event and volunteer coordinator. So I love details and I love things to be efficient. A few years ago, we held the first pop-up day center in our building, and I coordinated with SB Act and various organizations, and operationally, it was absolutely beautiful. There were no glitches. No one in our neighborhood knew that a day center was going on. People were served. I went in to visit, and the room was entirely quiet. People were at tables having conversations, were being helped, and it was beautifully organized. So experientially, I trust SB Act and the other organizations involved in this day center, that they will cover all the needs and be careful about the neighborhood and those in need. My second story involves a woman that I met because she would come to our church services to use the bathroom. And I became her friend. And this woman suffers from mental illness. She is in her 70s now. And 8 years ago, she came back to Santa Barbara because she came to care for her mother. This woman loved her mother. She had been previously a social worker. And on one occasion, I tried to help her get an ID because her purse had been stolen. I could not figure out how to get an ID. And I also tried to help her find housing. I did not know where to go. I would take her to see her mother at the retirement center. I would take her to get her meds. But imagine what it would be like if I could have taken my friend Barbara to this day center to get help. Thank you.
Thank you. Joanna Sanchez, followed by Melinda Massanet.
Hi, good afternoon. Mayor and council members, my name is Joanna Sanchez. Please approve the Daytime Navigation Center 3-year lease. As I have experienced homelessness here in Santa Barbara, my first day was at the Amtrak station due to no available funds. So I reached out to 211 helpline. I left message after message to no avail. The Daytime Navigation Center would provide assistance to those seeking information and resources in order to alleviate one more day out in our streets. Thank you for your time. Please consider moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Melinda Massanet, followed by Robin Edlander.
Good afternoon. My name is Melinda Massonet. Due to unforeseen and unfortunate circumstances, I found myself unemployed and homeless in October of 2021. I was homeless for 14 months, living in my car and in a constant state of hypervigilance and anxiety, feeling unsafe and worried about my money, food, health issues, and self-care. Thanks to the services made available through the Neighborhood Navigation Center at the Carrillo and Castillo commuter lot, I was able to access the help and support I needed to improve my circumstances. I had access to clean showers, medical assistance, library services, and was able to sign up with the Safe Parking Program, which led to housing assistance. I am now safely housed, employed, healthier, and free from the fear and anxiety that plagued me incessantly. I fully support the proposed Daytime Navigation Center, a stable, reliable location available 5 days per week, offering much-needed services, easily accessible, and not outside at the mercy of the weather. I ask you to support the project as well. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Robin Elander, followed by Amber Caldwell.
Mayor, City Council members, and members of our community, as Executive Director for Downtown Santa Barbara, I am here today to wholeheartedly endorse the proposed Daytime Navigation Center and Workforce Development Center at 621 Chapala Street. The chosen location and services reflect thoughtful, careful consideration, which will create a centralized resource hub that benefits both the neighborhood and those seeking assistance in our entire community. A daytime navigation and workforce development center is a critical part of the multi-pronged approach to supporting individuals who are experiencing homelessness, access the resources they need, and to take the next steps in their lives, and also helps to mitigate challenges faced by downtown businesses that have long shared their concerns in this area. The center also allows those who need the support a high-quality, safe, clean, 360-degree supportive environment to utilize as a resource. The proposed workforce development services, coupled with SB Acts and their partners' proven track record, is providing a great platform to better serve our community. It is quite frankly a momentous, special occasion and moment for our community to collectively celebrate. The center is a long time coming and critically needed for our community. The center is truly a linchpin for local homeless service providers and those they serve, as well as our business community and future investors. I also want to personally thank, on behalf of our board of directors and staff at the downtown organization, all of those who are involved, who have been working tirelessly to support those in need in our community and help bring this to fruition. Lastly, thank you, council members, city staff, for your leadership and vision on this. I trust you will vote in support to fund this critically needed daytime navigation and workforce development center. Thank you.
Thank you. Amber Caldwell, followed by Lynn Mattis.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. I'm here in my capacity as a City Library Board member, and I'm here to encourage your support of this lease. When Barbara presented the presentation to the Library Board, it was a well received by us in the sense that this is going to alleviate and augment a lot of the stress and time that currently is absorbed by library staff right now to address more in a Band-Aid situation some of these issues. The fact that it will be proximal to the library is a really good thing. This will provide more warm handoff and well-rounded wraparound services. It also will deal with the root issues. So this is a meaningful investment at a per capita head of, I think it's $700 per year. If you look at the point and count of the city of around just over 700 at $700,000, that's very affordable to get these people the needed services. I also would encourage you to look at the success of the Behavioral Wellness Center. That is a similar model of having open office hours, open facilities, wraparound services. They've had an extreme success rate of getting people help they need and getting them off of support services. So this is a known model. It's about time we invested in it. So I encourage your support and happy to answer questions or anything we can do at the board to support this. I'm here to support. Thanks.
Thank you. Lynn Mattis, followed by Gail Lasharenko.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Excuse me. My name is Lynn Mattis. I am working as a social worker with Doctors Without Walls, and I'm here to read a letter from our executive director as she was unable to be here. Her name is Maggie Sanchez, and these are her words. I'm here to voice the support for Doctors Without Walls, Santa Barbara Street Medicine for the proposal brought to you today by SB Act for a daytime navigation center. If we're serious about solving the ongoing disaster for homelessness for our community, we need to support a brick and mortar drop-in location where clinical and non-clinical homeless service providers can meet with new and used and current clients. Sorry about that. As the Los Angeles Mayor, Karen Bass, reminds us, quote, homelessness is a crisis for the unhoused and for every one of our neighborhoods. It's a crisis on every level: public health, public safety, economics, and humanitarian, and it requires a bold and aggressive emergency response. In 2023, Doctors Without Walls began clinical and non-clinical case management for our clients. For 16 years, we've watched homeless clients try to navigate a broken homeless system. Currently, we have a patchwork of city, county, and independent teams working on the streets, sometimes at cross purposes. Doctors Without Walls has learned this year that collaborative case management is the answer to getting to the unhoused and the unsheltered and helping them become housed. The only way to successfully individuals from the street into housing through persistent ground engagement and outreach. The Daytime Navigation Center will help achieve us that goal. Providing a fixed location that can be assessed during the day would provide stability for our homeless clients, a place where we can meet clients and they can meet us. Over 20 nonprofits have committed to providing services needed at this location, from reunification to medical to food and to behavioral health and housing. It is the hope of Doctors Without Walls that the City of Santa Barbara leadership will understand how critically important the Daytime Navigation Center is to our fight to end homelessness as we know it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Gail Osherenko, followed by Al Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse and City Council members, for the opportunity to speak to you today about the proposed Daytime Navigation Center. My name is Gail Osherenko, and I represent the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara. We strongly support the provision of a centralized location for use by providers who serve those in our community who are experiencing homelessness. Providing these services in one place will allow convenient access for all those needing services, as well as an opportunity for collaboration by the resource providers. Our league supports joint planning and coordination by government entities with the private sector, the business community, and private citizens. Providing services in one location allows that possibility. We believe the magnitude and diversity of the needs of people without homes require active participation at every level of government with the private and nonprofit sectors, and we support appropriate solutions with adequate financing to respond to both short and long-term needs of the people who have no home. Providing access to services in one location is going to allow individuals to simplify their quest to find the services they need and improve their lives in numerous ways. Please approve the lease of space to allow this service to be provided to those in need in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Al Ortiz, followed by Rolf Geiling.
Hello, Mayor Rouse and council members. It's a pleasure to be here today with you all. So we work with CityNet, providing outreach service and case management to the city of Santa Barbara and our unhoused population. We provide 7 days of outreach. This is not only for our unhoused population, for our businesses, for our residents, for the people that reside in our home of beautiful Santa Barbara. This opportunity provides not only businesses, but our unhoused and our service providers a dignified space to offer these individuals that we get many calls and concerns about on a daily basis. This will be a foundational building block for our community. For the past decade that I've been able to serve the beautiful city of Santa Barbara, and every day waking up with an opportunity to be fulfilled by helping and supporting an individual on our streets. This is a place that we've been waiting for so long, to be able to meet and connect with these individuals, to show them the love, the empathy, the care, and be a light in their life to end their homelessness. This will be an opportunity for staff members, service providers, and individuals to be able to connect with each other. Our mental health for one another is so important because of the work that we do. Being able to be there for one another, communicate with one another, to be able to go put our boots on the ground and walk out those doors to connect with these individuals to make a difference in their life. This will provide service providers with that camaraderie, with that understanding, and communication from one human to another, face to face, which many of us lost through the COVID pandemic. That builds the strength, the foundation that we all need as a community, because I truly believe we are a village, and together we can't be stopped. We will make a difference, and this will help us. Thank you all.
Thank you. And Mr. Ortiz is one of our rock star boots on the ground guy, outreach guys. So, and speaking of rock stars, here's Rolf Geiling.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of Council. Rolf Geiling, President of the Santa Barbara Rescue Mission. You know, it's been a while since I've been in front of the council to make public comment, but when it comes to issues of homelessness, let me say I can't remember a time where there's been such consistency in the public comments you've heard in support of something. So rather than repeat any of those, let me just say I appreciate the council, its thoughtfulness, city staff, and their work on this project. There's no one magic step we can take to solve the issues of homelessness, but there are concrete, tangible steps, and this really represents one. So I am one of the providers of the Neighborhood Navigation Center. It's held in my building. You saw a picture of all the different providers. What's so amazing about Santa Barbara and what's been developing thanks to people like Jeff Schaefer, SB Act, is this amazing collaboration. And so this represents a step for you to create a venue where dedicated individuals and agencies can address the issue of homelessness. So with that said, thank you very much.
Thank you. And Rachel Sinkovich, I think I've got that right, hopefully.
Good job.
Close enough?
Nobody can pronounce it, actually. Mr. Mayor and City Council members, thank you for this opportunity to support express my support for the Daytime Navigation Center. I feel very passionately about this Daytime Navigation Center. It's been needed for as long as I can remember, and I was born and raised in Santa Barbara. It's a dignified space where people can go get a few hours of respite and services where they won't have to be on constant vigilance. It's the perfect location, being in the heart of downtown, and will relieve much of the pressure incurred by the downtown library. Not only that, but many of the people on the beach that are experiencing homelessness are from emergency shelters, as they have to vacate at 7 a.m. as well as 7:45 a.m. This would give all those displaced people a designated place to go, a place to get out of the extreme summer weather as Santa Barbara continues to get hotter and the tourists start to flood in. Santa Barbara prides itself on being nestled between the ocean and the American Riviera. With the help of this Daytime Navigation Center, we can clear our beaches and keep the tourists wanting to come back. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have some speakers online, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have 4 who submitted in time. We're going to start with Jet Black, followed by Janice Coates.
Okay, 2 minutes, please.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Mayor and City Council, my name is Jet Black Mertz, and I'm speaking today in support of leasing the Chapala Street facility for use as a daytime homelessness navigation center. This bold step would directly address many of the barriers and issues voiced by individuals experiencing homelessness and experts in the field. Personalized support, connection to resources, and a warm handoff to further services are all essential to obtaining housing and will be provided by this center. A daytime navigation center offers a beacon of hope, filling a critical gap in our current system, not just a source of data. This center will reduce the burden on local libraries. Currently, libraries often function as a de facto daytime shelter, impacting their core services. A dedicated center alleviates this pressure, allowing libraries to serve their intended purpose. Facilitate connections. By providing a central location, the center enables service providers to efficiently connect with clients, streamlining service delivery and fostering trust. And it'll promote consistency. Building trust through consistency is an essential element to trauma-informed care. Unlike scattered resources, the center ensures consistent access to essential support, increasing the likelihood of positive outcomes. Every individual experiencing homelessness has a unique story and specific needs. This center represents a critical step towards offering person-centered support, a community resource for the most vulnerable, and a single location to receive critical assistance. Thank you to City staff and SB Act for their hard work to make this a potential reality. I hope the Council acts further to support our unhoused community members on their journey towards housing stability. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next, we have Janice Coates.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I am Janice Coates, Program Manager for Pacific Pride Foundation. First of all, I would like to thank the council for their continued dedication to the strategic plan and their continued support of the neighborhood navigation centers. Our neighborhood navigation centers are a part of a much larger network for the unhoused, and we are in a crisis of homelessness brought on by the increasing costs since the pandemic. And we've also seen a spike in mental health issues and substance use disorders. This new daytime navigation center will complement the services already provided through our neighborhood navigation centers. I have only just recently begun my journey of providing vital services to unhoused folks, and even in my early years, I can see the importance of this daytime navigation center in providing consistency, privacy, and dignity for the unhoused population. Thanks to the neighborhood navigation centers, Pacific Pride Foundation has been able to serve hundreds of members of the unhoused population. The Daytime Navigation Center will magnify our impact and the impact of other organizations dedicated to changing the odds for folks experiencing homelessness. One specific purpose of the Daytime Navigation Center is the ability for folks to meet with a case manager. And in addition to greater services for the unhoused population, this center means more ease for providers, more consistency, and greater levels of sharing information and resources. As one of those providers, I urge the council to sign this lease and continue their support and collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Final two speakers will be Rob Fredericks and Bob Stout. We'll start with Rob Fredericks.
Good evening, Mayor Rouse and City Council members. I just wanted to add my support for this lease agreement for 621 Chapala Street for a daytime navigation and workforce development center. You know, this is something that was envisioned by the founders of Casa Esperanza years ago that never quite achieved that vision, but it's so needed along the continuum of housing for people to receive those basic services, getting people document ready, having case management, housing navigation, connecting with agencies like ours, the Housing Authority, to get people ready for permanent housing and linked into housing, along with life skills and healthcare and mental support. It's so important. And I wish I was there with all of you today to celebrate the heroes that are in that room with you, that really truly are the boots on the ground people that are lifesavers. And that's what this is all about, saving lives. And it makes my heart happy that we're getting to this point of achieving this daytime navigation center. I hope you all support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Final speaker will be Mr. Bob Stout.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. I'll be real brief. I think you've heard a lot of great speakers, know a lot more about this than I. My wife and I own the Wildcat Lounge a half block away from the proposed site for the Navigation Center, and we're strongly in support of it. Barbara and Rich recently presented at our recent downtown organizations food and beverage committee meeting, and it was well received by everybody there. And finally, thank you, support this, and have a great afternoon.
And that's no further speakers?
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I don't know who else was keeping score up here. That seemed relatively positive from a speaker standpoint. Let's go back to council for comments. Alejandra Gutierrez.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank everybody that came in support and shared their stories. Thank you so much. Thank you to city staff. Thank you to Ms. Anderson for all your hard work. I'm in full support and ready to move the motion when necessary. Having worked at a one-stop shop, I've seen it firsthand how it helps. And this navigation center has been proven in other cities how successful it is to help eliminate this social problem that we have. But this is exactly what Ms. Anderson said. It's not a Band-Aid. It's actually a solution to that will help us long-term. It will reduce the relapse into the system in a dramatic way, and it gives people in need a stable place to go, which is very important. I think that a lot of the times we will say, you know, we have all these resources in the city and they're all scattered out, but it takes a lot for somebody that is going through so much in their lives to go to a center and then having to go to another center. Just showing up is a big deal. And for those that have never really worked with this population or at a center like this, having somebody show up at the center, you know that they went through a lot to get there. So this center is such a gift to the city. Let's see. And not only is the center going to provide resources and tools, but it's also going to help the individual to boost off their confidence and to better their morale and feel part of the larger community. So thank you. I'm in full support.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I think we're probably all going to have similar comments. This has been such a long time coming. I know I've been hearing about this for over 10 years. Been on council 6 years. It was already like, we need to get this done, and that it's today, potentially today when this passes, is just such an incredible day. And it's to all of your credit that you kept the dream alive and kept informing us of how it could be. And, you know, when we used to talk about navigation centers, it was like, well, how far out of town could we put it? Or, you know, out of sight, and discussion about how hard that would be to get there, and just how the community has come along through all of your efforts of really educating the community and knocking on doors and talking to people that, no, this isn't some place that needs to be out of sight and out of mind. It needs to be centrally located with an open, welcoming door that who to call or where to go with somebody, and having a physical location that you could literally hold someone's hand and walk into is incredibly powerful. Also, other things we've tried over our time, we've talked about document storage or storage of belongings, and the idea that you could in one place both be working on being document ready and then store those documents for when you're ready to work on them again or when you need to access them is incredible. It's like having your own drawer at home where you can pick up where you left off and keep going. And I think of all the different ways we tried to, again, put it out of sight, out of mind, document storage someplace else, and with a lot of barriers to getting to use it. And so that this could be a welcoming place with support to house those documents. This was a key recommendation out of the Ad Hoc Council Committee on Homelessness, and I think it was has always been well supported by this whole council. To be effective, this type of center needs to meet people where they are, and that's downtown. And I'm just really proud that this could be really kind of a celebratory location and a welcoming place to be. I loved that description of open door, welcoming door, with a single point of access to kind of limit the confusion. Other ideas we've tried are public library, embedding social worker, again, trying to meet people where they are, recognizing that downtown is where services need to be. And our public library is open to all of the public and always will be. Have been incredible efforts of all of, the whole library community. And it should not be confused for a daytime navigation center. That is its own purpose. And really what the library has done in attempting to meet these needs over and over, really excited that there is, as described, the warm handoff to where real progress can be made in that document readiness. This type of center, purpose-built, other words used, coordinated, centralized services, consistent, dignified, discreet. I mean, those are our values, and it's really gratifying to see them today. And the workforce development is an added key to that. This is not just, a place to be for the day and then be, go on your way and have someplace else to be, but it's a place to actually make progress in life with supporting environment and community. I'm hoping this is just going to be like the place to be, that people will want to come. It's just such an incredible day. The community has asked for this for so long. Thank you for finally getting us there, Ms. Anderson and Ms. Tots. This is huge. And to the city administrator's office that we're actually here talking about this with an actual property, really incredible. Really thank you to all the supporters, all the people in this room. I wasn't sure if it was, and we haven't had a single negative comment, because I think it's just so proactive and positive, and you've done the work for decades to bring the community to this point. The only thing I would say is let's get it to 7 days a week, and I fully support.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just be brief. First, I just want to thank all of the partners that made this happen. It was a long effort over many years, and it's all come together. I especially want to thank Ms. Anderson and Ms. Stotts from the city end for leading this effort and coordinating this. It's much needed. The navigation, having this with a controlled setting, that also improves communications between the different agencies and nonprofit partners that are out there, will produce better outcomes that'll change people's lives, literally, and address the impacts that the public is seeing on homelessness throughout much of the city, in particular our downtown. Because what it'll allow us to do now is there is a place for people to go. There's also a place for people to be referred to. So it gives us more tools to address all those things, and people won't be able to just loiter on State Street, which is a big issue, but now we say, hey, there's a better place and there's more constructive outcomes for you if you walk 2 blocks over to the other side, or 1 block actually, and get into services and get yourself stable. So it's important for us to be able to have that, and for those individuals to really understand what options are available to them. And in terms of the library, it should have significant impacts positively for the library. We've heard many times through different presentations that about 30% of our library staff time is spent responding to issues of homelessness. And that's a large part of that is because there's no place for individuals to go, so that's where they go. And now there is another place for them to go, so that will allow library staff and the public to access the library. And then the library will still be offering some services, adult education and other things over out there. So there's still that connection in a positive way with the library. And then the last thing, Ms. Caldwell mentioned the cost per person. So I did the math. I used a calculator because I haven't had math class since 1996. But it's about $280 a person if you take the 787 from our last point in time and count and divide it by what was on the slide there. So that's a good investment, and to see where it goes. So I'll be supportive of this when the motion is presented.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nothing I haven't heard that I also can't support, and thank you all for walking through all that. This is I think you're past your honeymoon of a year now, right? But this effort and conclusion for this particular piece of the puzzle is exactly why the city hired Barbara Anderson and put her in this position. And it's great to see something fruitful along this ways being realized. It wasn't easy. We've looked at multiple locations and fallen into this. So when we're talking about the rock star service providers that were up on that slide, we also have a rock star in-house that's just been a dog with a bone on everything homeless and pursued every possible opportunity to make a difference. There's a gray-haired, very mature guy sitting in back left who, if you haven't met him, you could shake his hand and thank him for being an owner who would participate in this project and take a chance. We have met other owners who would not. So this is truly, as Mr. Deering said, maybe some stars aligning. A property that might have been difficult in this day and environment to lease, an owner who didn't even blink but embrace the opportunity to do some good, and here we are today. Jeff Schaefer wandered out, but I can remember, a year and a half or 2 years ago, visiting the Alameda Park Neighborhood Navigation Center, and you're on the dirt, in the dark, and people sitting on the ground, and the Westmont kids over here, the meals here, the DW Doctors Without Walls over there in the dark, the Care for Paws over there. If ever anything was just cursed not to do well, that was it, but it still made a difference. And just think what having a facility now where you can walk through the door with some respect, and as Rich called it, an evolution of approach and a shared sense of purpose and what that can do. My wife calls me cup half empty. So I'll just say it's a little shocking to me that everything was a love fest today and there was nobody else in the room. There's going to be burps where we collectively are going to slip and fall. And I would tell you that it's up to the 7 of us to help everybody get back up, dust off, solve whatever problem there was, and keep on going down the road. I will personally commit to that. If somebody is sitting at home and was scared to be in this, in this environment of the love fest and have a negative word, I'll give you my cell phone. One of the advantages of my position is I have Barbara's cell phone, and Barbara has everybody else's in the room cell phone. So as Barbara knows, I'm not shy about bothering her at 10 o'clock on a Friday night on a homeless issue. So I will personally commit to making sure that if somebody was reluctant to be in here today and they still have concerns and they want to go off when the littlest thing happens, I am a phone call away. And again, I think part of that burden is on everybody that's here holding hands today also has to share in fixing that problem and continuing to support the path forward. So happy to support this. Thank you.
Well, we're very happy to commit you, Mike, anytime you're ready. But I think all 7 of us, we vote for this today, have to commit. This can't fail. These things, we've had other programs before that haven't made it. We can't let that happen. This has to go forward. There has to be boundaries, there has to be rules, and we have to have neighborhood sanctity, and that's really important. And I know Barbara and I have talked about this a lot, and it's really important to her and Liz as well, that we maintain a neighborhood that I think this is going to be an asset. I think this is going to be a really good neighbor, and it's going to help a lot of things out. But the 7 of us up here better be a part of the team going forward and commit to that always going and be in the situation. Because if we ever want to do another program or something else, and we're asked all the time, we better get this one right. The one reason why the Dignity Moves thing was able to go forward on MODOC is because it's been a success on Santa Barbara Street. And the reason it's been a success is a lot of effort has gone into it, and a lot of management, and a lot of just rules and making sure things don't get out of hand. So very excited about this, but I also know the realities because sometimes gravity takes over, and the 7 of us up here can't let that happen. So I think that commitment that Mike talked about, I think all of us have to agree to own that. So with that, I believe we could entertain a motion.
I would like to make a motion to move this recommendation.
Okay. Forward first by Ms. Gutierrez. Anybody want to make a second? And second by Mr. Jordan. Any other discussion on the motion? Everybody ready to commit? Okay.
This vote is to adopt the recommendation moved by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez and seconded by Councilmember Mike Jordan. Go ahead and vote, please.
Well done, unanimous all the way around. Good job, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Stotts. And with that, we'll go to council staff communications, council member engagements. Anything anybody needs to share? Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mainly just want to say that our city lost a great artist recently, Chris Potter. Just want to give condolences to his family and just say rest in peace and thank you for all that you did for the community.
Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I attended the Santi Vicelli Martin Luther King exhibit that was curated by former Mayor Helene Schneider at the CAW. That was really impactful. And then I also just wanted to honor Chris Potter. He was such a light in our community, not just an artist, but a dad, a family person. He donated probably months of his time in artwork that he then would donate to philanthropic causes. And our children were in preschool together very long time ago, but he continued to donate to the preschool and always with his time. And I know a lot of people have his art and know him, and just to his family and his children that I'm sure they know how loved he was.
All right, very good. And very recently, we lost a former colleague of mine, anyway, Roger Horton. He and I sat on the Downtown Parking Committee for quite a long time, formed the TCC together. And Roger was then a city council member and a very active community member. So we will close and adjourn this meeting in honor of Roger Horton. And that's it. We're adjourned.